Hi.
Erica.
Hi.
I'm the mayor's legislative director.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah,
you were on the phone the
exactly.
day after
I've
the
been
election.
away 'cause I've been ill, but I'm feeling better now. But
Good,
I'm just
good to know
asking
that.
for everybody's
Yeah, no.
comfort. Oh.
Okay, members of council, this meeting is now resumed. If I can have everyone to take their seats. We have a long agenda, and more than likely we'll be back tomorrow. So, to start off, Councillor Cheng, you have an announcement.
Good morning. This body bag was commissioned by Aura Freedom, whose vision is a world in which all women and girls live free from violence. Every 2 days in Canada, a woman or girl is violently killed, most often by a man, because she is a woman. Femicide is the most violent manifestation of misogyny against women and girls, and it is the ultimate control of women and girls.
Hold on, Councillor Cheng, hold on, just for 1 sec.
Madam Speaker, if members would just stand by, their audio is not working. And as soon as we get the signal, we can start the meeting.
Start again. Reboot.
All right, we're set to go. You can start over, Councillor Cheng.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, just 1 sec, trying to turn on your... Okay, there you go.
Thank you. This body bag was commissioned by Aura Freedom, whose vision is a world in which all women and girls live free from violence. Every 2 days in Canada, a woman or girl is violently killed, most often by a man, because she is a woman. Femicide is the most violent manifestation of misogyny against women and girls, and it is the ultimate control of women and girls to dictate their fate and ultimately their death. There have been 62 victims of femicide in Ontario this year. November 25th was the International Day of the Elimination of Violence Against Women, supported by a declaration from our mayor. On July 19th, we voted unanimously that intimate partner violence is an epidemic here in Toronto. Last year, 6,752 calls were made to the Assaulted Women's Helpline from women seeking safety in violence against women shelters in Toronto, but only 10% of the women and their children secured a violence against women bed because the shelters are full. This is an epidemic that impacts children even more than women. There are only 406 VAW shelter beds across 14 shelters in Toronto. It is uncomfortable to look at and hold this body bag, but necessary because both femicide and intimate partner violence are hidden. It is easier for us to ignore it. This is why this body bag is a powerful reminder for all of us, for all of the women in our city that are silently dealing with violence at home. We heard in July that several of us here on council are survivors. The problem is more pervasive than what we see. I look forward to strengthening the way our city supports victims and survivors. And I want to thank Marissa Kokoros, Danielle Warren, and Hannah Casey, who are here from Aura Freedom. And I also want to acknowledge all the GBV advocates who are watching online today. So thank you, and I hope I have your full support to make sure that victims and survivors of intimate partner violence in Toronto are well supported. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, you have an announcement.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. I wanted to draw Council's attention to the Power of Us report published by the Community Foundation. I agreed to be the champion for this work. The Vital Signs report gives a picture of the health, the well-being, and the big challenges that are faced by the City of Toronto every year. And this year, what is being highlighted is the lack of connection, the disengagement, the isolation that people are facing in this city. So I think it's crucial that we remember that all the points of connection that we can offer through the many programs, the convening, the public spaces that we support, the community arts, the arts in general, culture, recreation centers, parks. This is really crucial infrastructure to deal with what is increasingly becoming a huge social challenge and a real hurt that people are facing in the City of Toronto right now. We play a fundamental role in building the architecture that's going to help people heal. And so I will be distributing an executive summary to all members of council, so you can take that away. And then if you want to look at the full report, talk to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Cole, you have an announcement?
Yes, I just want to remind everybody that today in our cafeteria, Cafe on the Square, the Chef Wayne has prepared a special Jamaican Christmas lunch that's available to everybody. It's an opportunity to patronize the incredible hardworking members of that kitchen staff who are sometimes neglected and forgotten, but they really contribute a great deal to this City Hall. So here's the menu. It's jerk chicken with Chef Wayne's own homemade sauce, callaloo, sweet yam, rice and peas, and ginger beer. So please support our local kitchen workers and the men and women who make this city and make our City Hall the human place that we should all respect. So please enjoy your jerk chicken at lunch.
Thank you.
You have to pay for it, though, don't forget.
Okay, members, we will now review and confirm the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 13.7, review of the order paper. There are 84 items left on the agenda, including 27 member motions. The mayor has time to second key matter item MM 13.27, headed Federal Housing Accelerator Fund, as the first item of business this morning, and council has timed the following items to be considered after member motions this afternoon: AU 3.1, AU 3.5, and EX 10.16. I will now take the release of polls. The clerk will open the speakers list and CMP, and you can place your name on the list if you have an item to release. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to try it again, and if you can just bear with me when I find the item, it's EC 8 point something, which is the art strategy. The motion is being pre-circulated, and I'm prepared to release that with an amendment.
Okay, just one sec. Let me find it. Councillor Carroll, such as question. So, Councillor Carroll, if you can ask the question to staff so we can release it. Okay, thank you. Okay, any other releases, Councillor Holiday?
No, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Chang.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to release CA 11.1.
Okay, just a sec. EA?
CA.
Oh, CA. Okay, hold on.
11.1.
Let me get to it.
Sure. This is the appointment of 11 candidates for our first ever Housing Advisory Committee. We have an incredible group of people, and we look forward to working with them.
Okay, so you're releasing CA 11.1.
Yes.
Okay. On favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carried.
I'd also like to reopen NY 9.28 and add a technical amendment, and then
What, do you
release
have
it.
the motion?
Yes.
Okay, we can put the motion on the screen. Okay, the motion's not ready yet.
Okay.
Do you have any
Yes.
further releases?
CC 13.22.
Okay, hold on. CC 13.22.
Yes, and that also has an amendment.
Do we have the amendment on that one? That's 172, 186 Finch. Okay, there it is on the screen, if you can read it.
City Council adopt the confidential instructions to staff attached to this motion. Authorize a public release of the confidential instructions to staff attached to the motion if adopted by council.
Okay, on CC 13.22, on the amendment, all in favor, show of hands, opposed if any. On the item, all in favor, all carried. Any further?
No, so we'll come back to NY 9.28 later. Thank you.
So you don't have any other releases?
No.
No, okay. Councillor Moyes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to release TE 9.69.
Okay, just a
What?
sec. CC?
TE 9.69.
T, okay, hold on, just give me a chance to get to it. T 9
69, reallocating dormant Section 37.
okay,
I'd like to say just a few words to it, Madam Speaker, in that Councillor Sachs and I share the ward, the boundaries, and this impacts my ward in a negative way, in that Jarvis Street is a busy street, and I intend to actually make some changes to Jarvis Street next year. And these funds...
You have unmuted your call.
These funds are going to impact the work on Jarvis Street specifically. So I would ask my council colleagues to vote against this motion.
Well, if we're going to debate it, then it's not
so you're, on T 9.69, you're asking council to vote against it, but you're releasing it, right?
Yes.
So you want a recorded vote?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'm going to hold it.
Pardon?
Then I'm going to hold it.
Okay. Councillor Sachs would like to hold it then. Councillor Morris, do you have any further releases?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. PH 8.11, Federal Rapid Housing Initiative Program Update Phase 3 Implementation. I tried to release it earlier, but Councillor Sachs had a motion. It's been advance circulated. I'm fine with the motion, so I'd encourage members to support her motion and then adopt the item.
Okay, so if we can put Councillor Sachs's motion up on this, PH 8.11, Federal Rapid Housing Initiative.
Just,
So Councillor Sachs, did you want to move your motion?
I do want to move my motion. The reason I'm moving this motion is
Okay, just a sec.
Sorry.
Yes?
Thank you. The federal government claims that it wants to see rapid building of housing. They have this whole initiative called the Rapid Housing Initiative, and they have been standing in the city's way for month after month after month, preventing us from going ahead and building housing that they've already approved. That's why the housing is still listed in a confidential attachment, because the federal government is sitting on us and preventing us from going ahead, and one of these key sites is in my ward.
Okay,
So the purpose of the motion is to ask the federal government to actually let us do what they say they want, which is to build rapid housing that they've approved, that we provided the land for, that they won't let us build.
Okay, so on the amendment by Councillor Sachs, all in favor, show of hands, carried. Item as amended, all in favor, carried. Councillor Sachs, do you have any quick release? Your name's on the list.
Sorry, that was it.
That was it? Okay. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and good morning. I would like to release CC 13.1, Office of the Integrity Commissioner 2022 Annual Report. Thank you.
Okay, just one sec. CC 13.1, you're releasing?
Correct.
Okay, on CC 13.1, which is the Office of the Integrity Commissioner Annual Report, Councillor Bradford is releasing. All in favor, show of hands, carried. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher. Okay, just one sec. There you go.
I'm going to release 2 today, TE 9.27.
Okay, just one sec. T 9.27,
And
okay?
just let the clerks know I'm going to release Cafe TO 10.15.
Okay, just let's do the 927
I'm
first.
just advising she has a motion that's going to be coming up on.
So do you have a motion on T 9.27?
No.
Okay.
Speaker, point of privilege.
Point of privilege, Councillor Holliday?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's impossible for me to hear Councillor Fletcher, so I don't know if there's a microphone problem or if it wasn't on. If we could just have the sound check, I would appreciate it.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher, can you just repeat what you just said, please?
Yes, I'm happy to. Can you hear now, Councillor Holliday? Is that good?
Yes, thank you very much.
Great. Okay, I'm going to release 9.27, 685 Lakeshore Avenue, which is a premature application in the Portlands because we have no precinct plan for the McCleary district. And I'd like to have a recorded vote on that refusal, please, because it's important.
So on T 9.27, Councillor Fletcher is releasing. She wants a recorded vote.
Correct. Thank you. It's a refusal report for a inappropriate moment to develop McCleary District in the Portland. I'm supporting the staff.
Councillor Bradford, your vote, please. Councillor Perruzza, your vote. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, we just closed the vote. How do you vote, please? Sorry, can you state your vote? In the affirmative, thank you. Speaker, the item is adopted unanimously, 22 votes in favor.
Just one moment, please. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. And Councillor Carroll has a motion on EX 10.15, which is Cafe TO. So I'd like to release that and see if we can have a quick vote on her motion, and then we're done with that.
Okay, so Councillor Carroll, there's a problem with the screen here. Oh, yeah, it comes off and on. Okay, Councillor Carroll, you have a motion on EX 10.15?
Yes, and if they're put up on the screen, these will look like they are multitudinous and whatever is going on here. But in fact, the reason for the 3 motions is to deal with the legal complexities in Chapter 742. To put it very quickly, simply what these are, some requests from Tabia to try some joint permitting, to try some display and sale of other items where the merchants can agree. But all we've done is make it so that they are a pilot. We will try this next year, and if there's a problem, I always say, what could possibly go wrong? It will be on a pilot basis, and we'll be able to address any outfall.
Thank you. On EX 10.15, Councillor Carroll has put an amendment on the item. Pardon? Oh, 3 amendments. Oh, so you have another one, okay.
They all fall under the definition of
Okay, so
what
if you
I'm
can
doing that I
introduce
just
all
gave.
3. Yeah.
It just takes so many motions to deal with the Chapter 742 legalities of it. But if you scroll through them, they all enable what I just described.
A, on favor? Carried. Motion B, on favor? Carried. Motion C, on favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor McKelvie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was holding the EELRT item, EX, sorry, lost the number. EX 10.17. So I don't know if anybody has questions, but we can release it. I have a motion that's been pre-circulated. Nobody wanted to speak or ask questions. We can release it.
If we can put Councillor McKelvie's motion on the screen, this is EX 10.17. There it is, Councillor McKelvie, on the screen.
So this is just asking Metrolinx to continue working with the city to resolve the issues on Shepherd Extension and also letting the provincial and federal government know about our allocated funding commitment and ask they come to the table.
Great motion.
Okay, so on the amendment by Councillor McKelvie, on favor?
And then recorded vote on the item.
And on the item, as amended, recorded vote.
Just stand by, members. The vote will come up in a second. Councillor Carroll, please, your vote.
Point of order, Madam Speaker, just for my own clarification, when we make amendments or motions during the order paper, is there opportunity for discussion? Yeah, on any.
Well, there is,
during-
yes.
there
But
is.
right now, we're
No,
voting on.
sorry, on quick releases.
Oh, on quick releases.
Yeah.
Yeah, then we, yeah, if there's questions, then you have to hold it down.
Okay.
Okay.
Gotcha.
And I put on your mic, okay? Don't turn your mic on, please.
Councillor Fletcher, how do you vote, please? And the item is amended, carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you. On item TE 9.8, 818 Camden Street zoning bylaw amendment application decision report, I'd like to move the staff recommendation in the supplementary report and release the item.
T 9.8.
8 to 18
You're moving
Camden
the supplementary report, right?
Yes,
Okay. That's on 8 and 18 Camden Street. On favor, show of hands, carried.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Carroll, you got up and you said that you were able to, we'll go to Councillor Carroll first. Councillor Carroll?
Well, yes, Madam Speaker, since we're still finishing up quick releases, at the beginning of doing quick releases, I told Councillor Holiday I wasn't ready on his public art strategy motion, and I've received the answer I need. I'm comfortable if he wants to release that now.
Okay, so which item was that? Do you remember?
It was don't remember.
EC 8.2.
There you go. It was that.
I didn't hear that. What was that?
EC 8.2.
EC 8.2. For some reason, I'm having problems hearing. EC. Yeah, I know. There's a lot of noise in here, guys. Hey, Councillor Pasternak. Okay, trying to find it now. EC 8.2. Yeah, so, on the, item, there's an amendment, on the amendment, all in favor? Yeah, put it by Councillor Holliday on the amendment. On favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Councillor Cheng, I believe now we do have your item, your amendment, and that was on.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Yes, this is for NY 9.28. We have to vote to reopen first.
Please, I can hear. Councillor Cheng is moving a motion to reopen 9.28. 9.28, it's a reopening of an item that we dealt with yesterday in North York. Councillor Cheng, do you just want to identify what the topic is?
Right, so it's a construction road closure, and the parking rates have changed, so it's a technical amendment to reflect the new parking rate.
4800 Young Street, it's on the
Yes.
screen. So on the motion to reopen the item, on favor, carried.
And then...
Now we'll display your amendment.
Thank you.
Okay, there's the amendment by Councillor Cheng. It's on the screen. Is everyone okay? Okay. It's all right? Okay, so on the amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you.
Not touch the button.
Do we have any further, Councillor Sachs, you have a further release? Okay, just one sec. Okay, Councillor Sachs?
Yes, you asked me before, but I do now have one more, which is TE 9.42, which is a parking rate change at Davenport. There's a motion that's been advance circulated.
So you're releasing T 9.42, 321 Davenport Road?
Yes, but I have a motion.
Do you have an amendment? There it is on the screen, so if you want to read it.
Yes, this is to increase the parking rate to $4 an hour.
Okay, so on the amendment by Councillor Sachs, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor.
Recorded vote on that one, Speaker, please.
Councillor Perruzza has asked for a recorded vote on item as amended.
Yeah. On the amendment on the motion proposed by Councillor Sachs.
Well, we already voted on the amendment. We're voting on the item as amended.
Well, ma'am, you're moving real fast, and to unmute and stuff, it takes a few seconds, right? So have a little respect for those of us who are remote and need to do that.
I'm sorry, Councillor Perruzza, we voted on the amendment. Do you want a recorded vote?
Speaker,
No.
Stop it. I'm asking you to do a recorded vote. You're moving fast and you're being disrespectful. Stop it.
A recorded vote on the item as amended.
Speaker, I have rights too. You know.
Speaker, point of order.
Councillor Holliday, point of order.
Speaker, I wondered if you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I had remembered that under the procedures bylaw, a member can request a recorded vote either before or immediately after the vote is taken.
Okay, well, if it's the will of council, do we want to reopen the amendment? Okay, be prepared to come back Monday. Okay, so who wants to reopen it? And Councillor Perruzza, if you want any, you need to put your name on the screen and not just yell out in the middle of a vote. Okay, so motion to reopen the amendment, on favor, carried. Recorded vote on the amendment.
Explain to me how you put your name on the screen to ask for a recorded vote.
Members, please just stand by while we requeue the amendment for voting. That's because you... Speaker, the voting panel is now open.
Okay. Members of council, there's far too much noise in the council chambers. It's hard to hear. Councillor Pasternak.
Deputy Mayor Malik, your vote, please. Councillor Perks, your vote, please. Councillor Pasternak. And Councillor Grisanti, please. The amendment carries. The vote is 22-2.
Item is amended, on favor, carry. All those in favor of adopting the order paper as amended?
I have a quick release if you want me to try it.
We have a number of members motion to introduce. And Councillor Perruzza, I would appreciate if you shut off your mic and not keep it on. Oh, his name is on the list for a quick release? There was no names on the list a minute ago. Okay, Councillor Perruzza, what's your quick release? Councillor Perruzza, what's your quick release? Councillor Perruzza? Councillor Cole, Councillor Robinson has a member's motion to introduce. She's not here, but you're the seconder. Would you be willing to introduce it? Okay, thanks. Okay, Councillor Cole, it's on the screen.
On behalf of Councillor Robinson, that Councillor be permitted to add to the notice that 19 Forest Glen Crescent requests for City Solicitor to attend at the Toronto Local Appeal Body. And it's urgent.
Okay, Okay, I can't hear, there's too much noise in.
Councillor Moise is next.
Okay, no, okay. Everybody take their seats. There's far too much noise in the council chambers. I can't hear anything. Councillor Bradford, Councillor Myers, please take your seat. We haven't even started the agenda yet. We're doing quick releases. We haven't started the items. All right. So that was introduced. Okay. Councillor Moise, you have,
Yes,
Councillor Moise, you have a motion to introduce?
I do, Madam Speaker. It's called Confronting the Legacy of the Transatlantic Slave Trade. It's around the renaming.
Okay, hold on.
Yes, we do. You're very excited about this.
I just want to eliminate the confusion. We need it out there. It's going to be good. Because the media is misreporting.
What am I waiting for?
Clerk's out. Trying to sort something out.
She refuses to start until everyone's signed. We should have. Does that mean Anthony could be removed from the field for any determinate death?
Madam Speaker, I apologize. We're having a little problem. I'm going to display this motion from the projector in the back, and then we will. Okay.
There you go.
Well,
Oh, no worries. Not your fault.
this is, you're going to have to, it's going to be a big production. We've waited so long.
I know.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. We're good?
Okay, Councillor Moise.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this is my notice of motion around for confronting the legacy of the transatlantic slave trade, renaming civic assets bearing the Henry Dundas name. And there are 4 civic assets we're looking to rename here. And
Yeah, that's it. Let's just get it out there.
And the reason being that it's urgent because consideration for the 2024 budget process.
Okay.
Okay?
On the,
I'd like to speak to this, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Holiday, we have not introduced it yet. This is just to introduce it.
Right, I'd like to speak to the introduction.
Well, it's not before us to speak to it yet.
I'd like, is there not a motion to introduce it?
Okay. Councillor Holliday wants to speak on introducing the motion. Apparently it is debatable. Yeah, just for the urgency. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker, and I will thank the member for reading out the contents of the motion because it's impossible for me to see it. However, I think what this has to do, from what I heard of it, is the renaming of civic assets or locations or things, I'm not really sure what, relating to Henry Dundas. Members, I will draw your attention to an administrative inquiry that I made. And one of the reasons why I made that inquiry is because I've heard from many, many people that have different perspectives on the legacy of Henry Dundas.
Just a sec.
So,
hold on,
yes.
hold on.
Hold my time, please.
Okay, Councillor.
Sorry, point of order.
Okay, quiet, please. Let me speak.
There's audio problems.
Please, and don't turn on your mic, Councillor Cheng.
Okay.
I can't turn. Okay, Councillor Cheng, please do not turn on your mic. I know, but just let me comment. Just let me comment. Councillor Holliday, all you can speak about and debate is the introduction of the motion, not the contents or nothing else.
All right, so I will finish my point.
Okay, point of order, Councillor Perks. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. I want us to be real specific. The only issue is whether or not council puts this on the agenda.
Right.
And you have already ruled that you consider it to be an urgent matter. The only thing debatable, therefore, to me, would seem whether council does indeed need to have this discussion before the 24 budget. That's the only real item in front of us.
Okay.
Am I correct in that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I finish now, Madam Speaker?
Okay, just a sec. I've got the clerk. The clerk wants to make a comment.
Madam Speaker, the question before council is, shall Councillor Chris Moyes be permitted to add to the agenda of today's meeting this urgent notice of motion? That's what's before us for debate at this juncture. Councillor Perks is correct. The urgency test, you deemed it to be urgent. Now that it's before this council, just the question is, shall it be added to the agenda? That's the only question.
And that's it. So you can speak on the introduction of the motion. You can hold it down, Councillor Holliday, later if you want, and you can speak on the motion.
Speaker, if I can speak to the action of adding it to the agenda, I would like to finish the point I'd like to put before council on this. This is about the mechanics of the introduction, not the content. If you would allow me to finish, I think it will be self-evident about what I have to say. May I continue?
Okay, continue.
All right. The point that I would like to leave council with is the mechanical process that we have before us brings this motion onto the council for debate, and it bypasses the committee structure. And that committee structure allows individuals to depute and provide their input in a meaningful way. And I can assure you there is many people with many opinions on this particular subject, opinions that could be of benefit to council to have a proper and informed debate. And therefore, by introducing it in this method and not coming through the committee, we lose that content and we are unable to make a proper and informed decision. And that is why I have concerns with this methodology, and I would like council to bear that in mind as they make the decision as to whether or not this should be introduced at this juncture. And I would like a recorded vote on the introduction.
Just to make it clear, when we introduce it, then as you know, when we go through the members' motion, we vote if it should be referred to committee or not. That's the time if we want to refer to committee, then there's an opportunity for deputations. So on the introduction, of the motion.
Speaker, on a point of order,
Councillor Holyday.
is my understanding that that a motion brought in this methodology is not subject to referral.
No. Okay, thank you. On favor of the introduction.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote. Okay, it's on the screen, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please.
I submitted it. Did you get it?
You're not there.
Yes, thank you, Councillor.
The motion carries 22-2.
All those in favor of adopting the order paper as amended? Show of hands, carried. Members, the city clerk,
Speaker, I have a quick release if you want to try it.
Members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. Item T 9.8, 8.18 Camden Street zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report, approval. Okay, what is going on here? I'm trying to speak. The Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning, has submitted a supplementary report with recommendations. Item T 9.17, 307 Sherburne Street, zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report approval. The Chief Planner and Executive Director, City Planning, has submitted a supplementary report with recommendations. Members, we will now consider the Mayor's second key matter, which is MM 13.27. All right, so the member's motion is on the screen. Do we have any questions? Do we have any questions? Okay, to speak, Mayor Chow. It's your item. Oh, Councillor Holliday, you have questions on this? Councillor Holliday?
I do.
Okay, Councillor Holliday, you have a question?
So there are a variety of planning considerations that are raised in this member's motion. The one maybe that just comes to mind, and you have to forgive me because it's very new and I'm going by memory. There was some discussions around Tower in the Park. What public consultations have been done with respect to some of these planning changes?
Through the speaker, just from your question, Councillor, I'll take it more broadly in terms of the range of policy matters that are covered in the letter. For example, there have been extensive consultations on the city's major transit station areas that are currently before the province. Before council approved those, there was consultation. There is ongoing consultation on major streets in neighborhoods. That's an active, live consultation. It is commonly the practice when there are statutory matters for council to consider that we take them through a public consultation process.
And so this letter agrees to some of those initiatives.
Councillor, I'll let Abby Bond speak to the general intent of the letter.
Through the Speaker, Councillor, the proposal before you, the submission that we have made to the federal government is a 3-year work plan. It's our commitment to try and deliver significant increases in density and new policies to deliver new housing supply. The Tower in the Park initiative is part of one of the initiatives that are identified in the submission, and The approach with the work plan is to identify some things that have been done within the eligible timeframe from April 2022, some things, initiatives which are underway, and some which are to come. And so that is one where we do need to do additional consultation. We've highlighted that in the submission in relation to nonprofit and private sector owners of sites that could be eligible for increases in density.
But we're going to agree to take the money today.
Through the Speaker, that is the approach that the federal government has laid out in this submission.
Sylvia?
We make that commitment in advance. We lay out our ambitions in terms of planning and system changes that we want to see. We would receive potentially 25% of the money upfront, and then for each of the 3 remaining years, we would receive our installment based on our performance.
So all of these commitments and the breadth of the things that the city is agreeing to were posted last night at 5 o'clock. Is that right? Nobody's been having a discussion about this.
Through the Speaker, this is a very urgent item. We want to be able to move forward to secure the initial installment and get going on the remaining initiatives that we've laid out in the submission. So that is why the report has come forward as a last-minute addition to the agenda.
And so I understand the federal government wishes to allocate money towards housing. And this, at the heart of this is dealing with matters of income inequality. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, the federal government has a number of stated objectives in relation to the Housing Accelerator, the most significant being increases in housing supply generally, which is why we were asked to kind of forecast, based on our last 5 years' performance on building permits, we were asked to forecast what the next 3 years look like, and then make an additional commitment to do 11,700 new homes on top of what we were already forecasting.
What do the forecasts tell us? And I think you can look to the administrative inquiry I made about where we are headed with our approvals on housing. For instance, in terms of meeting the 2051 growth targets, or meeting the 285,000 new homes. Are we over or underachieving those targets?
Through the Speaker, Councillor, we, in that administrative inquiry, we outlined the fact that our pipeline is robust.
Right.
We also outline and have commented previously that the approval of units does not necessarily mean the approval and or just enabling zoning permission does not necessarily mean that housing gets delivered and housing gets built. And that is the emphasis here, I think, with the HAF strategy, is to actually focus in on housing delivery. We can do a lot of enabling with supply, and part of this is about enabling, but there's a specific focus on delivery, which Ms. Bond has identified.
Thank
we're committing to deliver.
That was your last question. Sorry, you're way over 5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Perks, question?
Thank you. The federal government has asked us to look at a number of different actions to increase the amount of housing in the City of Toronto to be eligible to continue to get these funds in the future. One of them is to look at increasing density around transit stations. The City of Toronto has made application to the Province of Ontario to increase density around how many transit stations?
Through the Speaker, I believe it's 135 major transit station areas that are on the Minister's desk right now.
So the City of Toronto has taken action there, but the Province of Ontario has, for I don't know how many months now, done nothing.
Council approved the matter in July 2022.
And the Minister, in over a year, simply has done nothing.
I'll say that there have been recent discussions with staff, and certainly the Minister indicated yesterday in a press release that they're very interested in looking at increased density in those major transit station areas, which frankly is not a surprise. And certainly that's the way the federal minister, that's why the federal minister has importantly tied together the expectation from the federal government with the process with the provincial government.
Okay, thank you. The City of Toronto, there are items in the minister's request to look at increasing density generally across the city. We've undertaken a number of initiatives to allow multiplexes in neighborhoods. Just at a rough guess, how many new multiplex units could we conceivably have gotten through those new permissions?
So through the Speaker, the new permissions, given that we have roughly 350,000 residential properties across the city, if you built a multiplex on every one of them, you could produce 1 million new homes.
1 million new homes. Policies introduced by this council have created the possibility of 1 million new homes in neighborhoods.
You could enable it, and I think
Enable.
again, the focus of half is delivery, not just enabling, but delivery.
Right. In terms of what we can control to deliver, and this may be more appropriately to Ms. Bond, the City of Toronto recently made a list, 50 publicly and 40 confidentially, of properties that we own where we could be the developer and make them go, provided the federal and provincial governments give us funding. How many addresses are on that list?
Through the Speaker, to you, Councillor, there are 51 sites on that list that are kind of housing ready, that are ready to move forward. That's about 15,000 new homes. And specifically, that relates to the Housing Accelerator Fund, where we've identified opportunities for TCHC revitalizations. That's 3,200 homes. We've got waterfront homes. We've got 2,600 homes there. We've got 3,100 created through new rental incentives. So we've started to tie that overall objective around sites and new supply back to this particular application. And where we're in control and where we receive federal and provincial money, we're really able to make progress, and we can see that supply move forward.
And Council, when we adopted those 50 public sites and I think another 40 that are still in camera, made an ask of the provincial and federal governments to bring funding forward for a fairly substantial amount of money so we could deliver all those sites. Has the federal government provided us the funding so that we can move on all of those sites?
Through the Speaker, not yet.
Okay. One final question. So in summary, the federal minister has asked us to look at increasing density around transit stations, about finding ways for the City of Toronto to get things built even if the private market doesn't do it, increasing density in neighborhoods. Has the City of Toronto taken action and begun processes to get that work done so that we can get the Housing Accelerator Fund money?
Through the Speaker, I would say yes. The Housing Accelerator application is a really comprehensive work plan for us. It identifies things that we've already done, things that are underway that will make a significant impact, and also new things where more work needs to be done and more reports, more density, more supply, more delivery will come to Council.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. And as I've just heard, this is an accelerator fund in order to accelerate the building of housing in the City of Toronto, our housing goals. And I guess, how long have we been asking for this money from the federal government?
Through the Speaker, my recollection, Councillor, is that the federal government kind of signalled this back in 2022 through one of their budget processes and launched the application process earlier this year. And we made our initial submission in June, revised submission in September, and here we are today with our kind of final recommendations.
So actually, that was pretty quick. It was an accelerated process, can we say, in order to get to this?
Through the speaker, yes, we have put a lot of effort on our side to make sure that the applications are robust and submitted in good time.
Yes, and this fits with all of our council-approved plans on building housing. It's not as if we're getting money to do something that we haven't already said we were going to do. We're getting money to do the things we've said we're going to do, right?
Through the speaker, yes, Councillor. In addition, there are some things we haven't yet, Council has not yet approved. We've signalled there's a lot of ambition in this application of things that we are going to do that Council has asked us to do work on that we need to come back on. But there are a number of items in here, a number of initiatives, like, for example, TCHC revitalizations, where they're already underway, and we're signalling, reviews, potential adding more density. The Housing Accelerator Fund will be very helpful in enabling us to realize the supply, and not just general supply, but actually affordable housing supply as part of those initiatives.
Thank you. And one of the things that we've noticed, and I know I've been working with you on that, is that once we have a nonprofit that isn't a major player nonprofit, let's say like a Wood Green that has built housing for many years, but maybe a co-op or another smaller nonprofit, for them to get into the housing building, at times it's difficult because of getting all their soft costs done to get into the game. Would you agree with that, that sometimes becomes a stumbling block for them?
Through the speaker, I would say that capacity, access to expertise, having equity and money up front to enable Indigenous nonprofit and co-op providers to move forward on sites has been a challenge. We've signaled through MOUs, for example, ways to support organizations. But yes, I would say that there is opportunity for us to do more to help organizations be able to bring their sites forward for redevelopment.
So if we were to be able to dip in for acceleration, truly accelerating means having a project that you actually can build, and you've got experts that have got you to the point where you're going to be able to put a shovel in the ground and do the project management. Is that possible, that we can make sure that step isn't lost or becomes onerous and we're missing out on housing?
Through the speaker, Initiative 1 in the Housing Accelerator is really about how we organize ourselves in development and growth, how we support organizations outside of the city to bring forward sites and how we accelerate them. So there's lots of room in that initiative for us to further support the work of nonprofits, to hire the kind of professional advice that they need, designers, architects, land use experts, in order to be able to get the most out of their land.
And making sure that they're with reputable firms, not whatever, folks that are not going to give them what they need. Overdeveloped, too pricey. So in our experience at Riverdale Co-op, that was Accelerator and money that came from Section 37 in order to assist them to actually put their deal together. And they'd had somebody that had done the Taj Mahal. So understanding what you're doing and what amount of cloth you have to work with, that would be a good goal that would cut a lot of time off of kind of starting something that isn't going to work out.
Through the speaker, yes, Councillor, you identify a really important area for us to support nonprofits and co-ops on. It was one of the reasons why we, in a recent council report, recommended $400,000 for the new co-op development company so that they can grow their expertise and hire the right people, like you say, to do the right kind of work at the right price.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, questions?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, to staff. I wanted to start by, so on page 4 of the report, there's a bullet point about permitted units and a reference to that. And I just wanted to ask, so my understanding of that bullet point, so can you confirm, so the first 3 years of the Accelerator Fund, $353 million, they're guaranteed, but the 4th year allocation is subject to our meeting our target of 11,000 units?
Through the Speaker, yes, the Housing Accelerator Fund is structured with a quarter of the payment up front, and then for the 3 years of the Housing Accelerator work plan, there will be one payment each year, and the final payment is very much tied to us meeting that minimum unit count. So that 11,700 number is the minimum number of units above our regular supply that we must meet. The combination of all these initiatives are likely to produce more units, but that 11,700 number is the performance standard that we must reach in order to get our last 25%.
Okay, and then when it says permitted units, refer to units for which building permits for new construction were issued during the reporting period. So are these additional building permits, are they approved explicitly because of the accelerator funding?
Through the Speaker, the building permit milestone is the milestone that we need to hit in order to be able to count the units towards that 11,700 number, which is why a number of the initiatives really focus on the delivery rather than just the enabling of new supply. It's why we've made sure to reference public land, TCHC land where there is an element of control, because we won't hit that milestone unless these units actually get to that building permit state.
Okay. And then next, Madam Speaker, so the two numbers that we're providing to CMHC for our housing supply growth targets, are they part of the public record that people can track, like through open data, or how does the public track that?
Through the Speaker, I would say that we've had a number of important council motions recently requesting us to produce a more comprehensive dashboard in relation to housing supply. And so very much what you see in the Housing Accelerator submission is something that we will want to report on both to CMHC. There are requirements in our legal agreement that we will have to respond to them and make sure that we're tracking that progress, but we will also want to include that progress in our housing dashboards as well.
Okay, and so through that dashboard, so do we see the total number of building permits without the funding of the Accelerator Fund and also with the Accelerator Fund? Are they separated out, or is it just one?
Through the Speaker, our current dashboard really focuses on affordable housing supply, and you can see that tracked all the way through to building permit and occupancy. The plan is to expand that dashboard to include all types of supply, and we haven't yet, I don't know that we will have a separate number for the Housing Accelerator, just that the milestone that relates to building permit will be the important one in relation to our reporting on the Housing Accelerator.
So sorry, just to be clear, so I'm going to go to the dashboard and I'm going to look at all the data around building permits, but you're not differentiating between, like, Councillor Paul Ainsley comes in and submits a building permit or gets a building permit versus Housing Accelerator Fund building permits.
Through the Speaker, the important thing for us to do will be to track the number of building permits over what we were currently forecasting, and that will be our contribution to the Accelerator. That will be what secures the money. That's what we will have to track and report separately, is how much more than our regular forecasted units we're tracking. That will be our Housing Accelerator unit contribution.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to our Chief Planner. Out of the list of proposed enhancements outlined that we have in front of us here, which of these represents net new for the City of Toronto, and which of these initiatives are already committed to as a result of the new deal with the province and the Housing Action Plan and other things that have been underway?
Through the Speaker, I would say the MTSA reference would be net new because it's referring to not only the densities that Council approved, but additional transit-related density that the province is considering and that we are talking to the province about under TOCA. So that is probably, of all of the half-related items, the largest, the biggest lift, if you will. There are other references to for example, going to 4 stories citywide, I believe. We indicated in our multiplex report that we would go there when the building code allowed 4 stories without an elevator. And that's one of the impediments right now to actually making something like that, which sounds really good, actually work and be real. So that's, and as indicated earlier, that will produce some lift, but it's very dependent on different conditions right across the city. Other aspects of what they've indicated produce some marginal benefit, and certainly, for example, any policy changes at the city that make housing easier to build. We are already considering, for example, the changes in angular planes on mid-rise buildings. That's already been to committee. We've been asked by committee to look at other guidelines that might facilitate housing. So those are 3 areas.
Okay, I got to watch the clock.
Yep, sorry.
Density around transit, the work that we've done with our PMTSAs. If the minister at the province were to sign off on those OPAs tomorrow, and the city worked to bring forward implementing the zoning, what would be the expected minimum height permitted within these areas?
Well, the approval of the MTSAs that are before the province, as council approved them, are related to density numbers, not heights.
So how does
the way they manifest themselves, obviously, is in taller buildings around those transit stations.
So it's an interesting contrast between the work that's been undertaken in British Columbia. What are the as-of-right maximum heights that will be permitted then?
Well, the as-of-right maximum heights have to be reconciled. They are at times low, but if the province comes in with MTSA approvals and densities in the official plan, we have 1 year to put in place implementing zoning, and that implementing zoning will have to reconcile any heights that are there with heights that actually implement that amount of density.
Right.
So you will likely see significant height increases in transit station areas across the city in order to enable the density permissions that we want to put in place.
Density permissions will ultimately drive what the height is going to be.
Exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense. Have you folks had a chance to review the approach taken in BC and evaluated whether we could do something similar in Toronto?
Through the speaker, we are actively looking at that. We've had conversations with planners in British Columbia, and frankly, quite interested in the approach. There are some unique attributes to the way that we've already implemented our MTSAs, the delineation areas, for example, but certainly the principle of proximity to the transit station, the 200, 400, 800, the gradation in heights that BC is looking at, all those attributes interest us and are very much part of the discussion.
Okay, my final question. You folks know how I feel about shadows, so I was pleased to see that the minister came forward with a letter saying, let's take a look at a policy around no net new shadow, and how that is often an impediment to delivering housing. Are staff open to examining these policies contained within our secondary plans and site and area specific policies to ensure that these remain appropriate and do not necessarily limit housing opportunities for shadows?
Through the speaker, the no net new shadow, the use of that policy approach is very limited. It's sporadic. It's mostly related to some very, very high density, already high density areas. So, for example, Barbara Hall Park near the 519 is one example. Of course, we are already looking at our thermal comfort guidelines. That's a report that's coming back to PHC, and we'll continue to be open to considering how we can properly balance our policies around built form and the achievement of
So we're open to that direction
That
from
was
the minister.
it. That was your last question.
I just wanted to clarify because
Yes.
it was a long.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thanks, Madam
and
Speaker.
Councillor Bradford, I understand you want to introduce the class that's in your ward?
Yeah, I would. I guess I'm not rising on a personal privilege, but it is a privilege. I'd like to welcome Miss Dale Davis and her grade 5 class from Bowmore Road School. They're joining us first time in the council chamber for a lot of folks. They've seen Queen's Park, but I was just talking to a gentleman on the end here. I think they're having a better day at City Hall. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you. Councillor Cole, questions?
Have you ever seen a federal minister of housing ever engage in such detailed requests in Toronto's housing issues? I've never seen it, but I'm just wondering if anybody here has ever seen it.
Through the Speaker, Councillor, it is certainly refreshing to see the degree of interest that the Federal Minister of Housing has in our current housing and homelessness crisis. And I think the Housing Accelerator Fund is an excellent tool for them to help shape across the country the responses to that crisis. And so I think we've welcomed the interest and, importantly, the potential
So have
investment.
we ever seen a Minister of Housing, federal, ever get into such detail and interest in housing in Toronto? I said, I've never seen it. Have we seen it here?
Through the Speaker, acknowledging that I haven't always lived in Canada, so you probably have more
Well, how
history
about
than
Greg
I do.
Lintern? Have you ever seen this, Greg, before? I've never seen it.
I've certainly seen the interest and contributions of the federal government over the years. The level of detail is interesting.
It's different. It certainly is. So this Accelerator Fund, we had the groundbreaking for the 19-story arena development for persons with developmental disabilities in my ward, 106 units. Was this money, we had about $49 million come from the federal government. Was this part of the Accelerator Fund?
Through the Speaker, no, Councillor, that was an investment made through the Rapid Housing Initiative. So this money today, this report, this submission is separate to other monies that the city has received from the federal government through co-investment, rapid housing, their other programs.
Yeah, it's hard to remember the difference between Rapid Housing, Accelerator, but we did get $49 million through CMHC for that supportive housing in my ward. That came from the federal government, did it not?
Through the Speaker, yes, Councillor, that's correct.
Okay. So now, it's interesting too, the question I have, why would the federal government be interested in angular planes? I mean, this is mind-boggling. I've never seen such detail. Why do they start talking about, who talked to them about angular planes? I don't know. Where did they get this from? Have any idea?
I mean, through the Speaker, I think housing's a big topic, obviously. We have a housing affordability crisis that we're trying to manage our way through. And we've certainly heard in conversation with all kinds of organizations interest in how we shape the city. Angular planes are part of that. Been part of that conversation for quite a while. Just doesn't surprise me that they have focused on that. I think typically these details are matters that we discuss here at City Council and certainly with the province because of the jurisdiction the province has over planning in Ontario. It's their jurisdiction. But it doesn't surprise me that they have landed. They've certainly had advice and had input from all kinds of groups about formulating these approaches across the country.
Yeah, okay, that's where it came from. I know the same groups where it came from. But anyways, in terms of housing and the federal government, how about federal lands? I know the province has finally released, I think, their provincial lands. Is there any discussion of them giving us the inventory of excess or potential housing on their lands? Have we got any information on their lands?
Through the Speaker, that's something we've continued to request, and certainly there are, a number of initiatives involving land that the federal government is involved in. Waterfront would be an example. I think Downsview would be an example, but we don't have a comprehensive inventory right now of all of the lands that has potential for development, and we would welcome that certainly.
And other cities in Canada have basically been given money through this Housing Accelerator Fund, have they not?
Through the Speaker, yes, Councillor, there are a number of municipalities and areas of the country that have already received their Housing Accelerator Fund.
And so do they
allocations.
meet the similar requirements, or what requirements were they asked to meet?
Through the Speaker, I think the way the Housing Accelerator Fund is structured is not the same for each municipality. The goal is to do more than you're currently doing. So the kind of targets, objectives that each area is asked to pursue is going to stretch them in new ways to further meet the housing and homelessness crisis that we have. So certainly for the City of Toronto, there are a number of things that we have already undertaken, that we've already done that go further than other municipalities, but rightly they're asking us to go further still because we have this large crisis to address.
Thank you. Just a second. Deputy Mayor Malik to ask question.
Thank you very much, and thank you to my colleagues for the questions so far. And building on those questions, I do want to particularly lift up the number that this report references. The report references roughly 12,000 units, but we are being more ambitious than that, I believe, from what we're seeing and hearing from your responses. Can you please explain how and where that number came from?
Through the Speaker, the number, the 11,700 number, has come out of discussions that we've had with CMHC over the last number of months. It's certainly not going to limit us in terms of our ambition. As I've stated, the initiatives here are likely to take us much further than that. But we also wanted to balance that with our desire to hit that target, acknowledging that it's building permits, so that's actually real housing in the ground. And for that to happen, we also need the funding. We need money from the other levels of government. So what we didn't want to do is make a commitment that we didn't feel we could actually hit without some certainty around the amount of funding that we have. It's definitely over and above what we're currently forecasting as our annual average of building permits. So it's taking us further than we've ever been before, acknowledging that we're coming off a high in terms of the number of units delivered.
Thank you. So I just want to be really clear. Is the Housing Accelerator Fund helping the city to be more ambitious than if we didn't receive and access that money?
Through the Speaker, definitely. The Housing Accelerator is driving us to make a number of organizational changes, process changes, ambition in relation to new housing supply and delivery. And so it's pushing us to do more beyond what we otherwise would have done. And so that's a really important partnership that has developed between the municipal and federal governments to enable more delivery for the citizens of our city.
Thank you very much. That's really important for us to be able to underscore. I guess building on that, this fall, Council has provided 90 city-owned sites for housing. So how does what we have in front of us with the Housing Accelerator help us complete that work and begin building without delay?
Through the Speaker, there are a number of elements. One of the initiatives, or two of the initiatives in particular, one of them relates to increases in density and improved processes as it relates to city-owned land, Housing Now, other development of rental housing on city sites. It specifically targets the delivery of new rent-controlled homes, including new rent-geared-to-income homes. All of those very much align with our recent generational transformation report. So it's an important delivery element to that recent report that we have, that Council have considered and approved, and the changes to our targets. So it's important delivery. The other initiative that's identified is a rental incentive program as well. So that is going to be an important delivery mechanism to increasing rental supply across the city.
Well, that's incredible and really important to the needs that we're seeing in every part of the city. I'd like to hear a little bit more about increasing permissions in neighborhoods and what impact that will allow us to have in terms of delivering this ambitious set of housing units that we've just discussed.
So through the Speaker, through the Expanding Housing Options in Neighborhoods program, and as Ms. Bond already indicated, the city has already done a number of things, eliminating minimum parking requirements a few years ago, the permission for a whole range of new housing in neighborhoods, laneway, garden, multiplex. The initiative that's underway right now, which is to look at major streets in neighborhoods, and increasing the height from 4 to 6 stories as of right, looking at as of right development up to 30 units. So the permission, expanding the capacity of neighborhoods to absorb more growth, which I think is there. And then beyond that, there are areas in neighborhoods that are actually within MTSAs. They're inside of these areas that we've delineated around transit stations. And I think you can expect that there will be even more changes in that close proximity, because we're trying to obviously fuel that opportunity with appropriate density, height permissions, land use permissions, take advantage of the proximity to transit.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, questions.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. Through the Speaker, I'm just wondering, out of the 11,000, how many additional supportive housing do we expect to be able to construct?
Through the Speaker, I think our goal is still to deliver 4,000 new supportive homes in the next 2 to 3 years. And so any supply created under the Housing Accelerator Fund, things that we can get to building permit, are ripe for us to be able to move them to supportive housing if we have sufficient operating dollars from the province. So that while the Housing Accelerator Fund is focused on supply, it provides a really important foundation that we can use to switch units from simply rent geared to income or housing that is suitable for lower income into something with supports.
So it boosts our ability to do what we already plan to do. Is that what I'm hearing?
Through the Speaker, I think, yes, it does. Like, this is about acceleration. There are a number of things that we're already trying to do, and this is a perfect timing for a report that pushes us further and that will enable us to get there faster.
And is there a ceiling from the province in terms of how many supportive units they're willing to work with us on funding?
Through the Speaker, in the last round of funding from the provincial government, we had a commitment for 2,000 units. What we're about to do now, as a result of hearing recently from the federal government how much capital money we will get for supportive housing in the next year, we will now reinitiate discussions and an ask to the provincial government of the associated operating dollars to go with that. So that is still to come, and a work in progress for us. So we'll be going back to them to say, please add additional operating dollars so that we can support the new Rapid Housing Initiative dollars that have come from the federal government.
And in the ask to the government, to the provincial government, would there be potential to add supports to TCHC buildings that have been identified as needing to become supportive housing?
Through the Speaker, yes, I think there is a lot of different types of supportive housing. We can build new with new supports on site, or we can also support existing homes that are already affordable to become supportive by adding staffing and support dollars on site.
Right, and my last question is with regard to the province and the federal government. Has there ever been a formal request that they provide land to help us achieve these building goals?
Through the Speaker, there have been multiple requests, usually associated with Housing TO, so the 10-year plan that Council approved back in 2019. In order to be able to implement that plan, there were requests made for all levels of government to contribute land, and I think there have been a number of repeated requests from Council regarding land as being, in recognition that it's such an important part of our ability to deliver new affordable rental homes.
And how successful have these requests been? How much land has been produced or provided because we have asked?
Through the Speaker, I don't know that we've received formal responses to that. There are a number of initiatives underway across the city that involve provincial and federal land, and we're a willing partner in that. So you've got Downsview, you've got the waterfront area, you've got all of the station areas for the transit, etc., where the province is bringing forward new transit and has signalled their desire to build housing supply, but nothing formally in response to those requests.
So there's potentially untapped land in our city that has not been put on the table. Is that correct?
Through the Speaker, I think that's correct, but certainly through the New Deal discussions, you see a willingness from the provincial government to work with us on sites for housing, and so we're really excited to take the next steps there on the conversations, excited to see where that takes us in terms of new housing supply.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councillor Sachs, questions? Thank you very much. Yes, thank you for all of your work on this negotiation with the federal government, which has also been very challenging. First, the federal government is pushing the city and chiding us, and they want us to build more housing faster. But isn't it true that at the very same time, they are blocking us from going ahead to build the sites that are listed in the confidential attachment in 8.11?
Through the Speaker, I think you're referring to our ability to announce sites that have been funded already by CMHC. Is that correct?
That's right. And we've been waiting for that for many months, correct?
Through the Speaker, we've recently had confirmation of Rapid Housing Initiative funded sites, and we're working with CMHC to identify the right time to announce those sites publicly, and also, you know, it is incumbent on us to work with them in relation to those announcements and make sure that they're done in line with their thinking on what the timing should be.
Yes, but to be clear here, they assured us we had approval for the money many months ago, and we've been waiting ever since for their permission to announce it. And until they announce it, we can't start the consultation process, right?
Through the Speaker, you're right, Councillor, in the sense that we wouldn't embark on a public consultation process until we have received the go-ahead to go public. However, there are a number of things that we can do behind the scenes to get those sites ready so that we can move quickly and ultimately hit the timelines of 18-month delivery, which is going to be very tight for us. So we've already started thinking about that work to get the sites ready. And then just waiting for their formal announcement.
But the point is, they're insisting that we move very fast, but they're preventing us from getting started.
Through the Speaker, there are always challenges with any level of government doing announcements. I would say the most important thing for those sites is the commitment that they've made on the capital side. The Rapid Housing Initiative funding is unique in the sense that it pays for 100% of the capital costs. It doesn't require us to have any financing, and so therefore it delivers the most affordable and potentially supportive housing in the city, and we're very grateful for that program.
Well, if we can't announce, we can't consult, and if we can't consult, we can't build. The other thing in Appendix 3, the federal minister has asked you many questions, and what I see in most of the answers is, well, we're trying to get protected major transit system areas and major transit station areas, 104 protected ones, 29 major transit station areas, that this council approved between 1 and 3 years ago. And we're still blocked from implementing those because the provincial government hasn't approved it. Have you discussed that conflict with the provincial government, and what is their response? Are they going to approve
these major transit areas?
Through the speaker, we have, I would say, recommenced a conversation more recently with provincial staff under the conversation agreement, the private conversation agreement that we have with the province. So it can't be publicly disclosed, but we are, and the minister said publicly yesterday that they are interested in increasing densities in the major transit station areas that they are reviewing. They have also, as everyone knows, a new minister. So that process, I'd say, has more fulsomely recommenced, and we expect to continue those discussions early in the new year, and they are productive discussions around, including, as was noted in the letter, the concept from British Columbia and other ideas around increasing density.
But recognizing that we can't meet the federal requirements unless the province permits us to increase densities in these areas, when are we going to get a response from the provincial government allowing us to go ahead so that we can satisfy the federal requirements?
Again, I think you're identifying the triangulation that we are managing between the provincial role as an approval authority right now for those MTSAs, the Fed's interest in increasing density, and certainly our acknowledgement in this letter that densities, our commitment that densities need to go up around transit stations. And we're all working together to that end, and I would expect that to come to a conclusion early in the new year.
All right, one last question, same triangulation problem. You've proposed in Appendix 2 that transforming Toronto's waterfront is going to be an extraordinary opportunity to create one of Canada's most sustainable low-carbon communities, but that depends on the transit, and neither government has agreed to fund that transit. Isn't that right?
Well, the Council has certainly advanced waterfront transit to the extent that Council can afford, and certainly we continue to advocate for support for those transit facilities because the amount of development, we're planning a significant amount of development in the waterfront. We're looking at increasing the densities, I believe, on Villiers by 60%, more than what we previously approved, and but we need that transit to make it work.
Thank you. Okay, we have to start keeping our answers short and our questions short. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Speaker. What is the city currently forecasting for annual building permits without the Housing Accelerator Fund money?
Through the Speaker, we're just getting that number for you. Just bear with us.
What's going on here?
To you, Speaker, where Councillor Myers has asked this question about the number of building permits we're currently forecasting. We're just trying to get the answer for him.
Can I have my time pause, please?
Go ahead. You have the floor.
No, but they're getting the answer.
Apologies, Speaker. We're just trying to look up the information as quickly as possible.
So you don't have the information. Do you have another question, Councillor Myers?
I do.
Okay.
What is the city currently forecasting for total annual building permits with the added Housing Accelerator Fund money? And what are those numbers looking like for 2024 for both of those questions?
Through the Speaker, so again, we'll have to look up the current forecast. So the new additions is the 11,780 over the next 3 years. That's the additional that we forecasted. That is split equally over each 3 years.
And that's without or with?
That's with the Housing Accelerator.
So
right?
what is it without?
That is the number we're looking up for you, Councillor.
And that number was spread evenly over 3 years?
The expectation is that, yes, for the 11,700 number, that's spread evenly, and that we will update our forecasts and update our actuals in line with the reporting requirements from CMHC.
Councillor, if I can assist as well, if you project the approvals that the city does and the completions that we know about, we approve about 38,000 units a year on average right now. We actually, I believe that the completion rate, because what gets approved doesn't always get built, as you know. So the completion rate, I believe, is around 15 to 16,000. So if you consider a building permit in a tall building taking 3 years, there's probably about, I don't know, maybe 90,000 units under construction at any one time. And those units get completed on a 15 to 20,000 unit completion rate a year, roughly.
Okay. Thank you.
Through the speaker, so the additional number each year is just under 4,000 additional, and the base is 49, around 49,000. So it's basically 4,000 on top of 49,000.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Speakers, put the names on the screen. Councillor Cole to speak. Cole to speak. Councillor Cole. Hello? Oh. Okay, I'll get Councillor Fletcher to go first, okay? Councillor Fletcher to speak.
So you can get your things. Well, you can get it now while I'm speaking. Thanks very much, Speaker. I have a motion along the lines of the questions that I had posed earlier to staff.
We can put the motion on the screen. There you go, Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, I'm looking up top. Thank you very much. Basically, it just has to look at the ability to assist some of these nonprofits with their soft costs. Because, and as I was speaking and Ms. Bond was answering, having assistance with soft costs, understanding what the parameters would be for that building, kind of materials you might be using for that building, not over designing something, but working within a framework is really part of the acceleration. Because it's one thing to have a site, but it's another thing to be able to get it to the table to actually build it. And I have this experience in 2 places in my ward, one at the Riverdale Co-op. Both of them actually are a developer, but beside it is a nonprofit housing. One's a co-op, the other is Mainstay Nonprofit Housing, which this council supported the building of a tower, or not a tower, but a large building beside the application that's in for a regular condo. So what happens is these are great ideas. We have a possibility of building something great, and then it starts to sputter because now they have to find the funds to do the soft cost, to do the design, to do all of the work that any developer has to do. And in my experience, not every nonprofit or co-op is able to actually accomplish that in an easy way. That's what developers do. Our nonprofit and co-op housing folks, they run housing. They're not building things every day. So they need some assistance to get them to the point where that shovel's in the ground with the building permit. This would be very helpful, and I do want to thank Housing Secretariat for assisting me in the wording here, because we're going to look at that, and Mr. Sharma would be looking, is that a reasonable thing to do in order to accomplish accelerating housing? Because it can get bogged down. And on the one example that I had, there was a plan that was actually unachievable and off on their own. We need to bring everybody into the tent. We're all working together. There's expertise that's available, and there should be some funds available to be able to hire those professionals to have that development shovel ready and get it through the zoning. Now, the housing secretariat helps with everything, but you can't actually do that design. It's also something that TCHC doesn't need that. They have that, but that expertise is in-house. Wood Green has that in-house, but many of the other social housing providers simply don't have that. We're asking them to step up. We're asking them to build, and we can't ask them to build with one hand behind their back because they don't have that ability, they don't have the funds, they don't have the expertise. So I think this would be very, very helpful to get that over the top. I don't know how many people here, I don't think too many were here when we had a guest come to TMU, formerly it was Ryerson at the time, from the co-op sector in BC. And I think Ms. Bond might know who that was, a fellow that came who had really renewed the entire sector by taking this stance that we're here to renew, we're going to use all of our professional skills, we're going to bring everybody to the table, and we're going to transform this sector by fixing up the current housing stock and by adding all kinds of new housing stock. And that co-op sector was 110% revitalized in BC to be a powerhouse. But it needed that level of expertise to be able to grow on that side. We have not had a lot of growth in these sectors for a long time. We want to create capacity, we want to create skill, we want to use this money successfully, and I think this would be a very good way to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Thank you. There's an old saying, don't look a gift horse in the mouth or whatever, I don't know. Listen, this is unprecedented. Again, I was trying to, in my questioning, I have never seen a federal minister of housing ever get engaged in such detail about building housing in the city. It's never happened before. And so this is a great victory on behalf of all the housing advocates, on behalf of our housing secretary and everybody in our City of Toronto staff who's been badgering the federal government, those of you who have been housing advocates. They listened. And now there's an opportunity for us to basically do our part to meet these criteria. And they have criteria because the number of dollars Toronto will need is quite significant, so they can't be seen to be giving billions of dollars to Toronto and it's not going to other parts of the country. They've already basically given money to York Region on this fund. They've already got their money. Metro Vancouver already has their money. They met the criteria. So the London, Ontario has already got their money because they met the criteria. So the federal government is saying, here's what you got to do. And many of these things that they're asking us to do, we've already done. You know, we did the secondary streets, we did the garden suites, we did the laneway suites, we did the fourplexes. We've gone along with the provincial government's hyper-intensification around all our subway stations. We've already done most of that. So we just have to do a few more things, and our staff is working on that to be able to access these funds which we need. And believe me, it's refreshing to see a federal government talk about student housing. You never hear the province talking about that. That is a real pressure point in the City of Toronto. The number of students that are looking for reasonable housing, nobody talks about the students and the need for housing. never mind the students that are Toronto or Ontario students, we must get 200,000 foreign students that come into Toronto every year. Just go to your local community college and see who's there. You've got young people from all over the world who come to live in Toronto to go to our community colleges. In fact, there's more funding for our community colleges from foreign students through tuition than there is from the provincial government. Did you know that? That the students pay for education in Ontario, the foreign students, more than the provincial government funds our community colleges. So there's so many students that need housing, and that's why it's refreshing to see the federal minister talk about housing students and their housing needs. And he talks about accelerating rental housing. So there's a lot of great initiatives here that the federal government and Minister Fraser, I've never met the guy, never seen the guy. And anyways, God bless Mr. Fraser that he's listening to the housing reality. So now we've got to do our part and meet some of the criteria, and we're more than willing. We've been talking about this. We're doing it already, so it's not as if we've got to do something we're not expert at doing. So this goes hand in hand with what the province is doing in terms of their intensification, housing. I wish the province would pay for some of the infrastructure, but that's another story. But anyways, the housing is a priority for, obviously, the City of Toronto, the provincial government. Now the feds are saying, we want to get in on it and help. So this is an amazingly positive awakening by the federal government. Thank God they see the light.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I know the agenda is full, but there's always time for a little story. And the story that I'm reminded of here is rooted in mythology. Long ago, the Greek Empire was at war with the Trojans. And the Greeks were camped outside of the Trojan city of Troy. And one night they built a great wooden horse. And they left it outside of the city walls, and they packed up, I think they burned their tents and they left. Trojans walked out and said, my, look at this wonderful gift, this beautiful horse, the symbol of our city. And they proudly rolled it into the city. Except at night, a little trap door opened and out slipped some Greek soldiers that had been hiding inside the horse. And they ran to the front gate and they unlocked the gate and they let the Greek army in. And so it is said that, the 10-year war was ended and the Greeks prevailed. And there was lots of lessons out of the story, but one of them is to be mindful of the details sometimes, because you don't necessarily know what you're getting into. I'm very, very cautious about this particular proposal. There's a lot in here, and there's a lot of things that speak to planning and a lot of things that concern me because I know the community of Etobicoke Centre is concerned around proposals for density, around transit stations, around proposals for density on main routes. And so what I'm worried about is we're seeing a continued shift in the way that we approach city planning. There used to be a time when it was a very pure approach. It was about built form. It was about technical servicing. It was about access to light and air and shadows. And it's becoming more and more of an economic discussion. What I'm really worried about is that some of these planning discussions now shift to, well, we have to do it because we agreed to, we took the money. And so Councillor Cole raised really good questions, and they were kind of like the ones I did. You know what? Why are we getting into the weeds from the federal government level around planning issues within cities? I think the chief's planner's response was that it was interesting. When I hear things are interesting, I want to look closer. So I really regret that, this report was brought to council the night, and I understand, right? It was ongoing work and so on, but there's a lot of detail here and there's a lot of implication for things like Tower and the Park sites, of which there are plenty in the former city of Etobicoke. And this means a lot, potentially means a lot. And to me, it potentially signals a little bit of a shift in approach to planning. So $471 million is a lot of money. And I think probably every council member would agree, even myself, is that the federal government has significant responsibility to pay for housing and differences in income and meet the challenges that people have in acquiring housing. But I am very, very leery about details and attachments and requirements to get money, to pay for things that we ought to pay for. And so, as the old saying goes, something that's too good to be true usually isn't. So I'm not supporting this item. I'd like to know more about exactly what's in those details. And I do have my concerns that they are going to conflict with some of the desires of many people in this city, and in particular around planning issues. And it should not be about the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I think this is a really important moment for us. If you would think back to that Paul Martin budget where the federal government decided to get out of the business, get out of the investment of housing, you can trace the affordability crisis that we have to that very, very painful decision. And it's impacted the city of Toronto, like every other major city, in a way that's really put people in harm's way. We don't have affordable housing. We need the kind of investment that's being secured here to be able to right those wrongs. And I think there's been amazing progress made by the mayor, by the public service here, to get to a place where we're actually getting to yes. It comes with conditions, and I'm very pleased to have heard in the answers to questions how much has been done already, that given the changes that have been made by the City of Toronto already could enable the creation of 1 million homes here. That's important. And I also heard that this is not a process that is ever finished, that there will be continual work on the side of on planning in the Housing Secretariat and in this new division that we've created to extract more and better value from public lands in particular. I note that the federal government, I don't think, has made an offer to the City of Toronto of its federal lands. And I think that's a question that came up in a public meeting that I had on Tuesday. Many residents wanted to know, well, where are the federal lands to make sure that we can use them for social purpose? This is important work. It's transformational work. And I also want to thank Councillor Fletcher for her motion. I think that the enabling conditions for more social ownership, for more community ownership and community control of housing is really, really important. Whether it's a land trust or cooperative, this is really responsive housing that's on a scale that works for people. It's democratic, it's open, and it really brings together a lot of value, a lot of energy for particularly around the work of land trust to build the kind of housing that supports people who may need that extra bit of help. So I think this is a good day. It's important to support this. It's important to recognize that historically, and actually it's something that never really changed. You need all three orders of government to get involved in housing. Housing isn't just a commodity. It's actually an essential human right that we've recognized in this council chamber. And this is a really important step toward realizing that in an incremental way. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor McKelvie to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to thank the federal government for recognizing our ambition in the City of Toronto. Importantly, this application also allows us to draw on all the great work we've done over the last year, including approving zoning for multi-tenant homes across the city, approving multiplex zoning across the city. We pledged 285,000 homes and improved our housing action plan. We transformed our approvals process, launched the new development and growth division. We opened supportive housing with modular housing. And in our city right now, we have 240 cranes in the sky, the most in North America, building and largely building housing. So really, I'd like to thank everyone that's been involved in this process, which has been going on for quite some time. So thank the city staff that have prepared this application. Thank our mayor for putting her stamp on it and pushing to make it a little bit more ambitious by adding in an additional 25,000 affordable homes, bringing the target to 65,000. Thank everyone involved in her office that has been working very, very hard to collaborate with the federal government to bring this across the finish line. And I'm hopeful we'll all support this today and show the federal government that we are serious about building housing, that we appreciate their partnership, and that we know that we can get there if we work together. Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate you making it short.
Always.
Councillor Bradford to speak.
Okay, thanks, Madam Speaker. I have a series of motions here that I've worked with staff in city planning and the mayor's office with the goal of strengthening our response to the letter received by Minister Fraser. We've been asked to increase our ambitions here in the city of Toronto, and I think that's a challenge that all of us need to rise to. The first motion, and we'll get those on the screen for folks. Just pause my time there for a second. I want to walk folks through it.
Bradford? I'm going to hold you down and...
Okay.
That, huh? Yeah, does anybody have any rope? So you have to send your motions in advance?
I understand, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak.
Thank you very much. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No problem. I'm just pulling up my notes. Oh. All right. Good job. My iPad just decided to ask me to change my passcode right at this moment. Well, I really appreciate hearing the story from my colleague, but we don't actually have to go back to history or to aphorisms or to even, the most enduring stories in our community to understand, from our own backgrounds to understand the stories that are right in front of us, the ones that we experience every single day when we hear from our neighbors, when we meet our communities, when our offices get those calls where people are struggling to imagine a future in Toronto because of the crisis of secure and affordable housing. These are the stories that are right in front of us and that are very real. We know that our communities are being torn apart because there is not adequate housing available for people to imagine living here for a long time, that rents are soaring and pushing people out of our city, and that is not good for us in our communities. It's not good for the city of Toronto. It's not good for this province, and it's definitely not the type of country that we want to live in and be a part of. And what we have in front of us is an opportunity that is incredible in terms of meeting the ambition, the urgency, and the need that we're seeing in every single part of Toronto to be able to not just address this crisis, but see a path through it that will actually transform the lives of people, of our neighborhoods, our community, and continue to set an example for how we have taken this issue seriously and we've delivered for the people of Canada and the people of Toronto. That is really important, and I want to give full credit to the mayor, to city staff, and to my council colleagues for our continued work on these initiatives to show our leadership with everything that we've got, city-owned sites, planning permissions, the drive and the commitment and the relentlessness to see ourselves through this crisis. And that is the opportunity that we have in front of us to approve and to continue to move forward. And I am so encouraged by the care and interest that we have seen from the federal government to work with us to actually move forward in the most ambitious, thoughtful, and timely way to be able to get ahead and through this crisis in a way that we can be proud of. And that's what we're seeing in front of us. And we know that we can't just build ourselves out of this crisis depending on private builders alone. We know that we can't just look at this issue piecemeal. And what we have in front of us is also an approach that is comprehensive, and not just comprehensive in terms of all of the complexities that it takes to address the housing crisis, but in the important collaboration and leadership that every single level of government has to bring to the table in order to make this effective, durable, and lasting in terms of what our future looks like, that we are meeting our climate leadership goals, that we are meeting our equity and inclusion goals, that housing is transformative and it can be transformative. And that's what we have an opportunity to continue to drive forward together. That is an important part of what we get to show Torontonians and Canadians about what is possible through this collaboration and this support. There is so much here that we cannot do alone, and that we are so thrilled. I am very thrilled that the federal government is coming to the table with us, and we need to keep pushing forward, and I'm inviting us all to keep doing that. When we do that, we know we make a material, lasting difference in the lives of our communities, and that is our work here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Three things I want to say. First, really warmest congratulations to the staff, but also to the housing advocates, people like Housing Toronto, Housing Now Toronto, who have done so much to raise public awareness, to change the conversation so that we can make material improvements here today. The second thing I want to point out is how much far we've come in a year. So when I was first elected a year ago, the Ford government sprung Bill 39 on us with the minority rule provisions. And the justification for it was supposed to be that municipal councils wouldn't approve housing. And the very first meeting, this council approved the rooming house bylaw that many advocates had been working on for more than a decade. And since then, we've approved multiplex, and we're moving towards all these other improvements that are described in the report. So one of the conclusions from that is congratulations as council. Another is that the entire justification for Bill 39, which was always a bad bill, has been proven to be wrong, and it should be repealed. And I think we should ask the province to do so. The third thing I want to say is Staff have done amazing policy work. What we haven't done nearly as good a job on is communication. Almost nobody knows how much we've done on affordable housing, on building housing, that we are doing everything we can, how much is in that everything, and that we do need the other levels of government, not only to provide funding, but also to get out of our way. And the example of the Ford government holding up our protected major transit areas for 1 to 3 years is a perfect example. So my ask is, we need to do a better job telling our story. Most of the public don't think we're doing anything, and we are. So congratulations for what we're doing. Let's tell a better story.
Thank you. Councillor Pasternak. Councillor Pasternak. You're on the list to speak.
Thank you. No, thank you. I didn't realize my name came up so quickly. I'm truly honored. You know, you know, when I look at a program like this and how vital it is, I'm reminded that 3 of my 4 kids have already left the city. And while they've left for different reasons, including meeting someone, getting married, and moving to another city or another country, as in the United States, the barrier to them returning to Toronto, of course, is affordability and the ability to come back here and to own a home or to rent at a reasonable price where it doesn't take every working dollar to keep a roof over one's head. So when we have programs like this, we can say, as Councillor Sachs said, we can say we're doing everything possible, working with the other levels of government to make sure there's affordability in our city. If we don't keep our future generations and our young populations here, there'll be a domino effect of negativity across the city. We will hollow out various neighborhoods as young people leave. We will not have young families starting a business or raising a family, or investing in our city. Many of the sectors of our economy rely on young employees to work there, and those businesses will be unable to attract. So certainly when we look to the future of a city that's livable, that's affordable, these are the kinds of programs that we need. And we cannot forget the importance of newcomers, people who come to this city, to this country, to start anew, to start fresh. Many have left world conflict zones. They come here to once again start a business, raise a family, to work. And of course, we want to be able to be ready. And we want to be able to be prepared to make sure that they have a soft landing and they can get a fresh start here. And the key to that is being able to work, the processing of documentation, and of course, having an affordable roof over their heads. This won't solve all of our problems, but it certainly sends a signal that we're working with the other levels of government to make sure our city remains affordable, it remains safe, and of course we provide housing options wherever we can. So with that, I commend the mayor and city staff for putting this together, and of course thanking the federal government to being a good partner in our federal system to make Toronto prosper. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford to speak.
Oh, you got to give me a little more time than that. All right, I better get going because the clock's running. A couple components to the motions in front of you, colleagues. First is a motion asking staff to report back on opportunities to permit more 4-story housing as of right in our neighborhoods, as well as opportunities to permit up to 6 dwelling units within more buildings. As our chief planner has noted, there are some technical building code challenges to this, and that make allowing more multiplexes up to 4 stories difficult. particularly as it relates to elevators. But this report back would be a good opportunity to have those conversations. Second, I have a motion directing city planning and Create TO to take advantage of the missing middle pilot at 72 Amroth in my ward and really make those final designs publicly available to anyone who is looking to build missing middle housing within our city. That is a direct response to the minister's specific request for more pre-approved designs. Third, motion here to undertake the review of no net new shadow policy. Folks here know I'm more in favor of housing than no net new shadows, and I think the minister agrees with that position as well. So we're going to take a look at some of the secondary plans and cite an area-specific policies as appropriate in order to unlock new housing opportunities, and it asks us to expedite the work that we have underway on the mid-rise design guidelines. There's been some good work on transition zones and angular plane requirements, but we have a lot more to do on that front, and that's another specific ask from the minister. And then finally, a request to city planning review the approach undertaken in BC to increase density around transit stations. I understand that this work is underway to a degree here as well, but I'd like a report back with any corresponding changes to our approach that would be helpful here in the City of Toronto. So again, the intention of these motions are really just to enable our mayor to respond to the minister's letter with a message that we are ambitious, we are driven, and we are ready to meet the challenge that's facing us on the housing file here in the City of Toronto. It's true, and Councillor Sachs pointed out, we're actually doing a lot. We've stood up the new Development and Growth Division. We are cutting the red tape. We are expediting approvals. We have, as of right, coming on our major streets. We have introduced multiplex first in the country, and we are eliminating exclusionary zoning. But we have a lot more work to do. And as the City of Toronto, we should, in fact, lead. We continue to be a city that attracts thousands of people every year. We are a magnet for immigration, a magnet for investment, and that is in fact what exacerbates our housing challenges. So the size of our response needs to be proportionate with the crisis and the challenge that we are facing on the housing file. I think the federal government recognizes that. I think the provincial government recognizes, and us too as elected officials in this chamber, we recognize that. We are not going to be part of the problem anymore. We are going to be part of the solution. And these motions help us go even further. And, it's really not about the zoning. It's not about the secondary plans. It's about the people who live here today and the people who would like to call Toronto home in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. Councillor Perks, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Bradford, thank you for your motions. I just want to make sure I've got them clear in my head. So your first part, which is looking at whether we can do additional units, you're not directing staff to come to that conclusion. You're asking them to give us some advice about where it's appropriate and where it could work, right?
Yeah, and what some of the challenges might be. We know that there are challenges. We know that there's challenges with the building codes. I'd like to have a fulsome conversation and understanding, and I think that would better position us for conversations with the province where some of those changes are needed to be able to advance that. So just coming back to us with that information.
Okay, that sounds helpful. On the second one, I'm not that familiar with what the pilot produced. What are these designs?
The Missing Middle Pilot Project was something that we advanced back in 2021. We wanted to identify a site in the city where we could produce missing middle forms, a form that, exists in some neighborhoods and perhaps in your part of town, but generally they were built like 100 years ago. So what would that look like in the modern context, the type of gentle density that you could stand up in a neighborhood that would provide more opportunities for people to live there? And, as we're hearing from the minister, the idea, in fact, I think they made an announcement, the CMHC sort of prototypes from the 50s, the wartime housing, the idea of going back to a prototype design that people could use would just, help facilitate more housing because we're connecting the dots, we're making it easier for people. The idea of the Missing Middle Pilot in Beaches, East York was always to almost prototype a design that could be replicated and scaled across the city more easily.
So the effect is just to make some notional designs available?
Yeah, share it with people who want it.
Fair. And the part 3, so you and I have talked about the shadow issue a number of times. The city has a shadow policy, which isn't really the same as what we actually do in practice. Is that a fair?
Yeah, I would say for sure, we have overarching shadow policies, and it actually gets used in negotiations for different things, sort of trimming back on that shadow policy in exchange for other things. I think that's what happens in practice. I think city planning, to their credit, does do a sort of contextual approach to shadows on a site-by-site basis. But my view is that if we can clean up those policies and indicate that, you know, generally speaking, if a shadow is going to stand in the way of unlocking more affordable housing, I'd rather have the housing.
Okay, and so this is to get a report on that. And the final part, I know that there's a system they use in Vancouver where they have as-of-right heights. We've done a whole series of very specific studies. One station in my ward, Old Mill, we said we can't build any more there because it's sitting in a ravine.
Right.
So you're not asking that we just adopt that. You're asking staff to go and look, are there ways we can adjust our policy to make it similar?
Okay, that was your
Thanks
last
for the question. Yeah, like what can we learn from that? They've taken a different approach. The chief planner acknowledged that, more height-driven, concentric height, where the peak is at the transit station, 200 meters, 20 stories, 600 meters, 12 stories, and I think 800 meters,
Thank
8
you,
stories.
Councillor Bradford.
Yeah, look
Thank
at
you.
it, see what we can learn.
Thank you. We want to try to get this item done before lunch. Councillor Candavel?
Thank you, Madam
To
Speaker.
speak.
Just a couple of questions for clarification for Councillor Bradford. Just to build on Councillor Perks's clarification to the mover. Yeah. Oh, sorry, did I put it in the wrong spot? Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, no, your name was there, but I thought I seen it above the line. Thank you.
Gotcha.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to build on Councillor Perks's clarification on part one, Councillor Bradford, you're asking for a report back in second quarter next year. Later in the language, you say to authorize the mayor to submit these planned enhancements. So I'm just looking for that clarity. If we're asking for a report, are they, until they're council approved, how are we describing them as planned enhancements?
I'm going to turn my own mic on because I can. Yeah, no, that's exactly right. The idea here is just to communicate in the dialogue, and I know that the mayor's working very hard with the minister, and that dialogue is continuing even this morning, just to indicate this is the direction that we're going. So it's really in response to the letter that they've outlined. Here's the steps that we're going to take to you know, embody ambitiously the spirit of the letter from the federal government.
Okay, gotcha. So do you want that report to be submitted? Is that, or whatever future decisions are made?
It's to respond to the letter. So for sure, once the report is done, I'm sure they're going to take a look at that. But this is really more today. Let them know this is what council approved. This is the direction we're going in. This is how we're meeting the spirit of the intent of the letter.
Okay, gotcha. And in part three, are you asking for essentially a review of the shadow policy?
Yeah, basically take a look at, and again, it's a little complicated, but our official plan actually is not where the shadow policies exist. It is the parent document to our secondary plans and our site and area specific policies. That is where you have a tailored and tuned approach to shadows. So go take a look at those, you know, on the ones where it's been difficult or stood in the way of additional affordable housing, take a look at that. There will probably be a lot where it's not a problem, and there will probably be some where we find something that we can make it better.
Mm-hmm. And on that same item, number 3, you're asking for a review. Are you putting a timeline on for that review to come back?
Well, I think it will be as soon as possible. I'm trying to remember, there were several timelines on this. One was Q2 on item 1. Yeah, so as soon as possible. When do you want to do that?
And procedurally, can I ask a question to staff on this? No. On the motion, I can't.
You can go off the record, but we're now into council. We're
It's
not
only
with
to
staff.
the
Yeah,
speaker.
just
Okay,
for
so
him.
Councillor Bradford, are you aware if staff are undertaking a review of the no new net shadow policy?
And that was your last question.
To be fair, staff are looking at a lot of things right now, and I talked about the mid-rise design guidelines. For instance, there's a whole list of things that we need to look at, and I think opportunities to make it easier to deliver more housing. So they're aware, and in fact, at committee last week, I talked about the shadow policy in the context of the 72 Amroth site and in the context of a Create TO site where, you know, we're building a 10-story building. We don't meet any of our own urban design guidelines, the shadows and impact.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford.
Yeah, so they are looking at it.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Candeval to speak.
Sorry, can I go next? Okay.
You're next.
Oh, no, can I go after?
No, because
she's the mover of the
mayor
motion.
is the last speaker.
Okay, yeah. 2 minutes.
I'm sorry, Councillor Perks?
Thank you, Speaker. Always excited to see the City of Toronto talking about how we build more housing. It's I think, a lot of why we're here this term. I noticed that there are a few motions in front of us. I've reviewed them. I think they're helpful and good and encourage you all to support them. But I want to draw a distinction between two approaches to planning and to getting housing done. There are voices in our community and there are people up in Ottawa who seem to think that, you know, if we just increase planning permissions and get rid of community consultation, then the problem solves itself. And all of us around this chamber know that's just not true. We also know that planning isn't something that you stamp out like widgets. Planning requires care. Planning requires attention to detail. So there's been this suggestion that we, for example, just do what happens in British Columbia and just say around every transit station, you get 20 stories and then you build down from there. Well, that works in some places. It won't work in others. I mentioned during questions of Councillor Bradford, a station in my ward, Old Mill Station. Now, I don't know if all of you have been to Old Mill Station, but literally the station sits on top of a valley. And we're trying to protect that valley. So if you say build a 20-story tower right on the station, you're destroying wetlands. So no. And that's why when we went through our exercise for all the major transit stations in the City of Toronto, some stations were approved for more density and some were not. As well, some portions of our subway system are already full. They're just full. Like, what's the point in adding more density on certain parts of the Yonge line when, you get on at, say, Rosedale in the morning and the train's full? So it requires some care, and we did it with some care, and we sent the minister a whole bunch of ideas about which stations could take more density and which not. And we did that over a year ago, and you know what's happened? Nothing. The Minister of Housing, Municipal Affairs and Housing, still hasn't responded. Still hasn't responded. So while there are some in Ottawa who think, those municipal governments, they're not solving the problem, we at the City of Toronto have actually been leaders in all of this. We have been ambitious and aggressive, and as you heard from staff, we've got a whole lot more work going on to try to add even more. But don't for a minute buy the idea that this is somehow the fault of local governments thinking that good planning is a bad thing. The real issue, and I've said it before and I'll say it again, is that we need them to show us the money. We have made 50 sites available and have another 40 under consideration that we could be building affordable housing under our control. Not waiting for the private sector to decide whether or not it's profitable, but just go ahead and do it. And we have an ambitious financial ask of those guys up in Ottawa to show us the money. And they've given us some. They've given us some. But it is nowhere near what we need to accomplish our goals. We've had debates here where we have learned that a household making $100,000 a year could not afford to buy market housing right now. $100,000 a year. So that's people in the first, second, and third, and part of the fourth income quintile. That's like 60, 70% of the population of the City of Toronto will not be served just by relying on market housing. We need to do what successful municipalities around the world have done, which is to invest in social housing. We need to do what they've been doing for 100 years in Vienna. We need to do what they're doing in Stockholm. We need to do what they're doing in Glasgow. We need to do what they're doing in Berlin. There isn't a city in Europe with a population of more than 2 million that doesn't have an ambitious investment in social housing. There isn't one. There is, however, a lot of cities in Canada that are just stuck because in 1995, the federal government said, we're out of the social housing game. And then shortly thereafter, the province of Ontario said, we're out of the social housing game. And guess what? Here we are a generation later with unaffordable housing.
5 seconds.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Candeval.
A few points to make in relation to this motion, which is truly generationally transformational. Without repeating some of the important, valid observations made by others, I'll get into two pieces I wanted to underline that as our response to the federal minister's letter. One in particular was to work in providing housing for students. In Scarborough, we have a considerable, tremendous number of international students. Vast majority are not residing in housing provided by their colleges. And this is something I'm looking forward to as a result of this motion, is the mechanisms, incentives that we and the federal government can provide to ask many of these big colleges with tremendous parking lots. I'm thinking of Seneca College, Centennial on Progress, and that the teeth necessary to move colleges to provide housing is immensely important, and I'm hoping for that achievement coming out of this motion and the work by our governments to create that reality. The second commitment we made in this motion to protecting affordable housing, affordable rentals, is a strong piece that I think requires greater teeth. So as this motion and our work evolves, I'm looking forward to our planning and housing staff to provide that as we recognize that protecting existing rentals is key to the supply of affordable housing within our city. So hopeful for a lot of the commitments that we've made in this motion in our response to unlock the federal funding. But of course, we're cognizant of the areas that we have to be mindful of, and to underline Councillor Perks' concerns and language around the need to consult and to bring community with us, that there is complexity to many of these sensitive decisions we make when we change landscapes in our neighborhoods. I think is very important to underline and recognize the complexity of housing decisions that we make. And one last point, I think, there's a a lot to digest, not just as councillors, but for the general public. So having these reports with greater time to reflect, digest, communicate with our communities is something from a governance perspective I want to share with colleagues and a senior team for whatever the issue, motion. That's something I know is something everyone in our city will appreciate. So with that, I'll close and appreciate the very strong commitments within this motion to provide greater accessibility and affordability as our city continues to drastically change. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Mayor Chow, the last speaker.
The high cost of housing in our city has disastrous consequences. Kids go to bed hungry, people are being evicted, they lose hope, they move out of the city even though their community is right in their own neighborhood. We know those figures of 80,000 people waiting for affordable housing because you get calls. Your office get calls and say, "Councillor, can you get us some affordable housing?" And when you said to them, "Sorry, the wait list is at least 10 years," people are desperate, and we need to build. We need to build more housing faster. We need to make it easier to get approval, much more ambitious, and go forward with doing what we can together. This week, you might have missed it, we had some great news. On Tuesday morning, the provincial government and I announced that the official plan amendment 591, which is submitted 2 years ago, and nothing was happening for 2 years, it got approved. That's 8,000 units of housing, affecting about, 10, 15,000 homes, people waiting for good homes. We got it done with the province, and we also got a good news that the province is willing to unlock millions, tens of millions. We debated it in New Deal yesterday, that they're ready to make our plan a reality. And even more promising than just the of OP Amendment 591 is that there is an agreement to work on the major transit station areas, that we can add more neighbors, building more housing faster in transit-oriented communities, and adding a lot more affordability. It's been sitting on the books for a long time, and there's now a commitment that we're going to fast-track and get those approved together with provincial and the city government. Mr. Linton, our chief planner, mentioned the conversation this morning in his answer. We are talking about adding more density for both market and affordable housing into the major transit station areas. And our planners are talking to British Columbia and learning from their approach to increase allowable heights and density 800 meters around rapid transit stations and 400 meters around bus stations, depending on the size of our city. Well, that's the province, but we have our approach also. Our planners are continuing with that approach. And earlier this year, Council committed to a provincial goal of 285,000 new homes. That's why we're able to unlock the provincial dollars. And just a couple of months ago, was it a month and a half? I don't remember anymore. We approved a transformational housing plan to build 65,000 of rent-controlled, good, affordable, or some of them affordable. Some are rent geared to income housing. That report laid out all the sites. Some are in camera, some are out for the public to see. It lay out all the sites that are ready to build. We have a blueprint, a master plan. And now the federal government has come forward with $471 million in new funding through the Housing Accelerator funding to help us build more. I want to thank Minister Sean Fraser for working with us to bring this housing funding forward. The minister was collaborative, and his team worked closely with us to resubmit our application. Because when I first came here, the application was not ambitious enough. I thought, okay, we will fine-tune it, we will rewrite it. So the entire application was rewritten so that it's more ambitious. And he commented publicly to say, this is a good direction. With the federal government on side, we can build more, faster, and accelerate housing in our city. And we'll be able to welcome more neighbors in our communities. Today's Housing Accelerator funding will go towards building tens of thousands of construction-ready homes over the coming years. And we're confirming our commitment to match the urgency of our housing crisis with the speed of our action. We've already started making it easier to build more housing of all kinds. We've legislated multiplex, removing restrictive zoning measures, but of course, there is more we can do to deliver more housing faster. And we see some of those amendments in front of you today. So as part of the unlocking this new federal money, we are being asked to make a number of changes. More density, cutting red tape, speed up approvals, streamline permitting, all of which we agree to. There's a unity of purpose of all three levels of government and all councillors here. And of course, we will look at increasing, and we will increase the percentage of land in the city with 4-story as of right zoning, allowing more multi-tenant housing within walking distance to post-secondary institutions. We will establish pre-approved designs off the shelf, including for 4 units multiplex and accessory dwelling units like garden and laneway suites. Wow, so we could build and build and build. We work with the, here's one thing, that the cities and across the country, there are world-class foundations and that are saying, we are private foundations, but we want to join in to provide funding, to leverage funding for the city's multi-unit residential acquisition program. Remember MIRA? We love that program because you buy the housing and we get it, we transform it into affordable housing, so the housing is secure forever. That's a few things that we are doing to make it easier and faster to build. That's what Minister Fraser is helping us to do. And because every second we waste, we miss the opportunity for someone to find the dignity of an affordable home. So the urgency of today's report is, of course, the 2024 budget, but it's also urgent to move, to get moving, to unlock more housing, and we cannot delay. I just want to end on a somber note. We know that Toronto is the child poverty capital of Canada, and a lot of it is because children and their parents are living in inadequate housing. Many of them, 1 out of 10, end up in our food banks. You see it. They have no access to green space, have no idea where the next meal is coming from, because by the time they pay rent, there's not much left. It doesn't have to be that way. So today, we are unlocking a better future for our children, for the millions of Torontonians desperate to find a safe, affordable place to live. And they can't wait any longer for us to act.
Thank you. Okay, members, we're past 12:30, so we'll have to vote on this after lunch. Well, okay, please. Okay, no, okay, but we just can't go for it. We have to move a motion to extend. So a motion to extend to complete the item, moved by Councillor Fletcher. On favor, carried. Okay, so if we can put the motions on the screen so we can vote.
Speaker, point of order, please.
Part. For all of them? Oh, point of order. Councillor Holloway?
Thank you. Yep, a very simple one, just to ask for recorded votes on Councillor Bradford's item and on the item as amended. Thank you.
Okay. Motion by Councillor Fletcher. It's on the screen. On favor, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Bradford's motion, recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Councillor Myers. Councillor Bravo, please. And thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Pasternak, your vote, please. Thank you. We just received it.
The motion carries. The vote is 20-4.
Item as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, please. The item is amended carries. The vote is 22-2.
Okay, before we recess, Councillor Thompson, you want to reopen an item on behalf of Councillor Crescenti, so we can put that on the screen? Okay, all right. Okay, we'll do it after lunch. Okay, members, this meeting is now resumed. Members, I have reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. That's only if we have 18 members, and I believe we do. We will put up these motions now. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, madam.
Don't say what you don't.
Do you see the motion on the screen?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking up top, Speaker, where I normally look for a motion. Don't have CMP on. There it is on my screen. This is just to ask staff to continue their quest for one of our AOCs, and it's search for a permanent home, and that is Mr. Jollymore asking that they can expand their search. Thank you.
On favor, show of hands, carried. Councillor McKelvie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm introducing a motion, Silent Nights and Peaceful Days, providing relief to residents from Metrolinx's whistle sounding at Mance Road Rail crossing on the Lakeshore East Corridor. It's urgent because I think our residents could really use a silent night and peaceful days leading into the holidays, and I'm hopeful we can give this to them as a Christmas present.
Thank you. On favor, show of hands, carried. That's it. Okay, members, before we start the member motion run-through, I would take the release of holds. The clerk will open the speakers list and CMP, and you can place your name on the list.
Speaker, may I raise a point of order, please?
Point of order, Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Speaker. Item number 13.29 was added very late to the agenda. I reviewed the section RM 13.7, which typically contains the financial analysis provided on members' motions by the CFO and treasurer. I noticed that the analysis of this particular item is absent. I therefore put to you, Speaker, that it should be excluded from the members' rundown of members' motions, as we have not had a chance to review that information. I would like to hold the item and ask that the CFO prepare that information and circulate it to councillors.
Sure. So when we go through the run-through, you hold the item down. And if I can, if I
Speaker,
can,
if I may,
yes.
I'm not sure if my point was clear. By putting it in the members' rundown, we're not able to make an informed decision on it. So that's why it shouldn't even be part of the rundown. It should just be dealt with as an item later in the council meeting.
No.
And that information is required.
No, the motion, we did vote this morning to add it to the agenda. So what we can do, when we go through the run-through, you could hold the item down and we'll get the financial impact from city staff that will be circulated and before that item is dealt with.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
Point of order.
Councillor Robinson.
Yes. Councillor
I just want to clarify, was Councillor Holyday talking about 13.29?
Yes.
Okay, so I would question whether that's in order, because in this case it there's directions versus requests of the TTC Board Commission, which is a separate commission. And so we're not permitted to direct the TTC commissioners, but we can request. So in some cases, the motions say request. In some cases, they say direct, but the direct from my experience is not permitted from this body to that body. Could that be checked, please?
I will, Councillor Robinson, thank you.
Thank you.
To hear us, it's a little too easy for us to hear them that are online. And I would just ask that those microphones be turned down a bit for internal. Thank you. Pardon me? Thank you. Thanks.
Councillor Chang.
I have an amendment for NY endpoint 10,
Okay, just one sec, let me find it.
and I want to.
Hold on.
Sorry.
NY 9.10?
Yes.
Okay.
It was moved without recommendation, and I'd like to move staff recommendation with this amendment.
Okay, does the staff have your amendment?
Yes.
Okay, we can put the amendment on the screen. It will be a quick item. We're doing quick releases now.
And Madam Chair, when would I walk on a member's motion?
Well, you have to bring it to us and we have to check it first.
They have it.
Well,
Okay.
okay. Okay, there's your,
Yes, this is the amendment.
yeah. We haven't seen it yet, so you can't walk it on until I see it.
Okay.
Okay, the amendment on NY 9.10 is on the screen by Councillor Chang. Okay, all in favor of the amendment? Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended, on favor.
But it was not, it was moved without recommendation at North York Center, so I need to move with
No,
staff.
it wasn't. It's not here without a recommendation. It's not on my list that it's here without a recommendation. Pardon? It's not listed on mine. Okay.
NY,
Understand, Councillor Chang.
okay.
Just give us a minute.
okay. 9.10, NY 9.10.
Just give the staff a minute, please. Staff recommendation is on the screen.
Yes.
Councillor Chang, so you're
I would like to
moving.
move staff recommendation with my amendment.
Right.
Yep.
So on the staff recommendation, it's on the screen, on favor, and item is amended, on favor, carried.
Thank you.
All right. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I have 4 matters. First of all, GG 8.11, which is the Centennial Park Golf Course. I'll release that item with thanks to staff. My questions have been answered. GG 8.21.
Okay, yeah, just a sec. We'll do it one at a time, Councillor Sachs.
Thank
GG 8.11.
Right.
This is a Centennial Park Golf Course.
Yes,
Councillor Sachs is releasing it, on favor. Opposed, if any, carried. Okay, which one is your other one?
The next one is GG 8.21, the amendments to Toronto Municipal Code on purchasing. I have a motion.
Okay, does the staff have your motion?
Yes.
Okay.
It's on CMP.
We'll put the motion on the screen.
I've discussed this matter with staff.
Okay, there it is on the screen, on your amendment.
Yes, exactly. So the council voted last meeting supporting the proposal for a federal youth climate corps. So my motion is to ask that staff explore the opportunities in the Toronto Youth Corps. Oh, sorry, that's the procurement one. I was on 821.
Yes, we are on 821.
821 was... Oh, okay, well, that's fine. I'm happy with that motion, too. So I wanted to ask on the procurement that we consider Transform TO in our procurement policies in the report that's coming back.
Okay, so on GGA .21, Councillor Sachs has her amendment on the screen. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried.
Okay, thank you. Item IE 9.2, I have an amendment motion. It's correcting an error that was made at committee. I made an amendment and it ended up on the wrong clause, so I'm moving it back to clause 1.
On IE 9.2 is single space
Single
meters.
space meters, yes.
Yes, and what are you doing?
I have a motion, it's on CMP.
Okay, it's right there on the screen.
Yeah, my amendment, my motion at committee ended up on the wrong clause.
Okay, there it is on the screen, on the amendment. On favor of the amendment, opposed if any, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried.
Thank you. I have one more item, TE 9.23, which is Roxton Road, instructions to the city solicitor. And I'm going to release this item. I just want to say a little bit about it. This is, we spent the morning talking about intensification and how we need much more housing in this city, and we do. And this is something, University Rosedale is one of the hot spots of the city for intensification. And we welcome all of the thousands of new residents that are coming to our ward. But there are some locations where what's being proposed is just outrageous, and this is one of them. The developer has taken a very tiny site, the site for a small store on College Street, and proposed a 12-story apartment building with a 9-story blank wall, a huge street wall directly from the sidewalk.
Okay, Councillor Sachs, this is a
Yeah.
quick release.
Anyway, this is an outrageous proposal. Well, I'm supporting the staff recommendation to oppose it on appeal, and supporting the members of my local community.
Thank you. T 9.23, Councillor Sachs is releasing. On favor, show of hands, carried. Mr. Cole.
Yes, I'd like a quick release, not a slow motion release, but anyway, CC 1312. Release it right now, 2451 Dufferin.
Nice.
Councillor Coe is releasing CC 13.12, 2451 Dufferin Street. All in favor, show of hands, carried. Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, I'd like to release EX 10.12.
Okay, sorry, just hold on, let me get to it. EX 10.12, the
No, Speaker, I have a question and a motion.
Okay. Thank you.
In that case, I'll keep holding it.
All right. Councillor Pasternak, quick release.
Yes, I have two.
No, Speaker, I have another quick release.
Okay, go ahead.
It's Perruzza, AU 3.5.
The update to winter maintenance audit.
The auditor's report, yes.
Okay, so Councillor Perruzza is releasing AU 3.5. On favor, show of hands, post if any, carried. Thank you. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two releases. One is NY 9.2, if we could put the motion on the screen. What this is a bit of a disagreement between what a local BIA wants and what city staff are willing to approve for a crossing at Wilson Avenue at Manazia. So rather than debate it endlessly, I'm asking staff to report back on crossing options for that intersection.
So you're just moving the item?
No, I have it.
Oh, do you have an amendment? Okay.
Yeah, so it's
Let's put the amendment on the
amending.
screen.
could ask for a recorded
Okay.
vote on this.
Okay, the amendment is on the screen. Councillor Pasternak has asked for a recorded vote.
Speaker, could you show us the replacement recommendation, please?
The amendment is on the screen.
Madam Speaker, if I can clarify for council's benefit, there is no alternative recommendation.
No.
This is to delete a recommendation.
So the item is on the screen, recorded vote.
Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Sachs. Councillor McKelvie, please. Councillor Robinson, how do you vote, please?
Against?
Speaker, the motion carries. The vote is 22-4. Madam Speaker, if you'll just stand by briefly, we're just trying to reset our system here.
Okay, so on NY 9.2, on the balance of the item, all in favor? Show of hands, carried. Councillor Moyes, quick release.
He's not done, he has another one.
What do you have, Councillor Pasternak?
I did say I had two. 9.4, I'm going to take off the hold and give Councillor Carroll the first part.
Yes, this is where I redeem myself.
So I can be recorded in the negative, and then there's a second part. There's two parts to this quick release.
I think you have to move the amendment first.
But are you moving the amendment, Councillor Carroll or Councillor Pasternak?
Councillor Pasternak has an amendment to the staff
Okay,
recs,
so-
which I'm going to be moving, so that the staff recommendations should be.
Okay, so Councillor Pasternak, your amendment.
Okay, if you want to put it on the screen,
Yeah, yeah.
and record it if it doesn't freeze.
Okay, Councillor Pasternak, the amendment was on the screen, now it's gone. Oh, there it is. Councillor Pasternak, do you want to move the amendment? Yeah. Okay, do you want to just move it?
And a recorded
Yeah,
vote.
yeah, okay,
Recorded vote, and the item is amended.
right. Recorded vote.
Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Robinson. Does this amendment change the heritage designation?
No, but Madam Speaker, maybe we should make clear that both are being moved. It would give the councillor coverage.
Okay, so.
Like, I'm not clear on that last line, whether that means at North York Community Council, we didn't designate it, we started the process for heritage. What does this amendment do?
Okay, you know what? We're going to hold the item down.
I'll contact her.
Yeah, let's just hold the item down. Thank you. All right. Councillor Moyes, quick item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Item T 9.17. There is a supplementary report to this. I'd like to move it.
Okay, so on T 9.17, 307 Sherburne Street, supplementary report 9.17A. Councillor Moyes is moving. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, carried. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Apologize. I wanted to hold MM 13.11. Am I able to do that still, please?
Well, we're not there yet.
Okay, good. I didn't want to miss it. Thank you.
We're not there yet. All right. So the city clerk has advised the financial impact summary sheet for member motions MM 13.1 and 13.27 has been posted with agenda item. Item RM 13.7, review of the order paper. Councillor Thompson, before. Okay, hold on. Okay, Deputy Mayor Malik, quick release.
Yeah, I'd like to quick release MM 13.23, purchase order amendment on contract with Window.
Okay, we're not at a members' motions
We're
yet.
not there?
No.
Oh, sorry, I'm very sorry.
Okay, we're just
trying-
doing. Councillor Cheng. Okay, can you put your name on the list, Councillor Cheng? You just put your name on now.
AU 3.1.
I'm sorry, what was that?
AU 3.1.
Yes?
Sorry, Auditor General's Office 2024 Work Plan.
So you're releasing, favor, show of hands, carried. Councillor Ainsley, you have your name on the list?
So, Madam Chair, I wanted to ask, my understanding was on a point of order. We're about to do members' notices of motion, and then we're doing Uber. And after that, we're supposed to do the night economy 3 items. Is it possible to have those 3 items, the night economy, done tomorrow? I have a family commitment this evening, so I'm not sure if the night economy item runs into this evening that I can be here.
Okay, so Councillor Ainsley, if you want to move that motion.
Yeah, the night economy champion has a night engagement.
Okay, on favor, carried. Councillor Sachs, did you put your name back up?
Release EC 8.4.
Okay, EC.
I have a motion.
Okay, just a sec. What was the item again?
This is the youth.
No, what's the item number?
EC 8.4, Toronto Youth Corps.
Okay.
I have a motion.
Okay. The amendment's on the screen for EC 8.4.
Yes, I've discussed it with staff that they examine opportunities to prepare youth for the new climate economy.
Okay, on favor of the amendment? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher, you had another one?
Oh, I didn't even know I had one, but yes, I have another one.
Okay.
Thank you. It is TE 9.21, and it is 1233 Queen Street East, and I have an amendment.
Okay.
That clerks has, assuming you have that one, yes? Yes, they do.
Okay, this is on T 9.21, 1233, 1243 Queen Street.
Thank you.
The amendment is on the screen by Councillor Fletcher. On favor of the amendment? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay. You'll have to wait, Councillor Moyes, please.
Pardon? Yes. I'm sorry, what you doing?
Unless you want to move on.
I have to reopen that, and then I'll move those motions later on. Thank you.
You don't have to reopen it, just move your second motion.
No, I'll do that later. I have to confirm them. It's a mix-up, I'm sorry. So,
She has to
okay,
reopen.
that's fine. Move it. That's good. It's there.
Okay, on the amendment by Councillor Fletcher, all in favor? Carried. Item as amended, all in favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Thanks. Through. Councillor Thompson, you had a motion on behalf of Councillor Crescenti to open an item.
To try to find it now. I'm waiting for my microphone to be turned on. But yes, I do, Madam Speaker. I haven't seen the motion, but I'm going to wait till staff put it up on behalf of myself to extend it to Councillor Crescenti is to open an item. I'm waiting for it. I don't have it. Oh, here we go. Here it is. Thank you. Speaker, I'm moving this on behalf of Councillor Crescenti in that, in accordance with provision of Chapter 27, Council Procedure, City Council rescinds item PH 8.11 headed Federal Rapid Housing Initiatives, Program Update, and Phase 3 Implementation. It's to reopen.
Okay, so.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah. So Councillor Thompson, on behalf of Councillor Crescenti, would like to open that item. Yes, I know. Just wait a minute. I just want to repeat what we're doing. So because he wasn't here. So recorded vote.
And maybe somebody else isn't here who voted, and we found that you really can't reopen all of that. Remember all of those times when we've decided, sorry, what if I wasn't here in the morning, or I was here in the morning, and now I don't get a chance to vote in the afternoon?
Okay.
I thought we'd established that as a practice.
So Councillor Fletcher, we're doing a recorded vote, so let's just do a recorded vote. Yeah.
The motion to reconsider the matter does not carry. The vote is 9-16.
We will now go to the members, through the members' motion. MM 13.1, we'll wait for the staff to put the members' motion on the screen. If I can have members of council, please remain in your seats. We're going through the members' motions. Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Myers. Like, I don't understand why councillors are walking around. We're in the middle. Councillor Cheng is not going to the bathroom. MM 13.1. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 13.2. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to a Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 13.3, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Infrastructure Environment Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 13.4, notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 13.5. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Civic Appointments Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 13.6. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 13.7. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 13.8. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? You want a recorded vote?
I would like a recorded vote.
On the referral? On the referral, okay, recorded
No,
vote.
not the referral, the item.
Okay, but we haven't.
Okay.
Who wants a vote on the referral? Councillor Sachs. Councillor Sachs wants a recorded vote on the referral.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Thank you. The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 22-3.
Councillor Robinson, did you, I think she indicated she want. Oh, okay, so, okay, Councillor Fletcher, you want to hold the item down? Okay, thank you. MM 13.9. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 13.10. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to reopening of item EX 2.1. A two-thirds vote is required to reopen that item. If reopened, the previous council decision remains in force unless council decides otherwise. All in favor for reopening? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 13.11. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? On waiving referral? Recorded vote to waive referral.
The motion to waive referral carries. The vote is 19-6.
Councillor Morley would like to hold the item down. MM 13.12. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Oh, hold on. It has to go on the screen. There it is. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 13.13. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Economic and Community Development Committee. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Oh, just a sec. Hold on. What is it?
May I quickly hold and quickly release with something that no one will care about at all? Yeah. So now you'll read it. Yeah.
Now I'm watching.
Okay, so we'll hold the item down. We'll hold the item down. Does the staff have your amendment? Yes? Okay, Councillor Matlow, your amendment.
Speaker, may I hold it or ask Councillor Matlow to hold it? I'd like to add something as well.
Okay.
Okay, so the item is being held. MM 13.14. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. Who? So Councillor Morley has held the item down. MM 13.15. Notice that this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Etobicoke York Community Council. A 2/3 vote is required to waive referral. This motion relates to Toronto local appeal body hearing and has been deemed urgent. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Who? Councillor Fletcher? Councillor Fletcher is holding. MM 13.16. Notice of this motion has been given. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 13.17. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. So all in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried.
Hold.
On the item?
Hold.
Okay, Councillor Holiday is holding. MM 13.18. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Executive Committee. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 13.19. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Toronto and East York Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 13.20. Notice of this motion has not been given. A two-thirds vote is required to waive notice. This motion is subject to referral to the Scarborough Community Council. A two-thirds vote is required to waive referral. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. All in favor of waiving notice? Carried. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 13.21. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. All in favor of waiving referral? Carried. All in favor of the item? On favor? Carried. Oh, it's on the agenda, yeah. MM 13.22. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. All in favor of the item? Carried. MM 13.23. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. MM 13.24. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. I would like to hold the item down. MM 13.25. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. Yeah, we don't have to move referral, Councillor Thompson. Yeah. MM 13.26. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agendas before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. 1327 we've dealt with. MM 1328. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, all in favor? Carried. This MM 13.29. This motion.
Hold.
This motion, okay, but can you wait till I finish speaking? This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. Councillor Moyes, you're holding the item. Councillor Moyes has held. Councillor Moyes
So
has held.
Speaker, on a point of order,
Okay, point of order, Councillor Holliday.
and perhaps a point of privilege. Unfortunately, the hybrid meeting system puts members who are working through the computer at a disadvantage because we can't hear what's in the room, and I can't even gauge who called hold first, but I do know it was said more than once, from my end anyways. So you can put the ruling in the minutes on who called hold first.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
I do believe that you have heard that and you have called the hold, and it's not really up for discussion. Thank you.
I was just going to say that. Okay, I heard Councillor Holliday, I heard Councillor Moyes say hold, and his name is on for a hold. Okay, it's just been held down. Okay, Councillor Moyes, let's just finish. MM 13.30. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate. On the item, on favor, carried. MM 13.31, which is a silent night and peaceful days in Scarborough. This motion has been deemed urgent by the chair. This motion is not subject to a vote to waive referral. This motion has been added to the agenda before council for debate.
Recorded.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please, are you able to vote? Councillor Matlow, how do you vote, please? Councillor Matlow, how do you vote, please? The The motion carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Going back to the item we started yesterday, which is CC. We're going back to the item.
Do we have a speakers
Okay.
list on it?
Yeah. Okay, just one sec. CC 13.7. And we'll put the list on the screen. I think we were asking questions. Moise? What?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We want to go to the speakers list.
So for item MM 13.29, I know that Councillor Ainsley has asked that his item move to tomorrow. Can I put my item into his slot time? I do have the co-chairs of the advisory committee here.
Well, actually, no, because Councillor Bravo wanted to switch it with Councillor Ainsley. She's not here, so we'll have to wait for her to come back, because she asked me
She's right
after
here.
lunch.
She's right here.
Okay, so she wanted to switch. So you could work it out with Councillor Bravo. Mayor Chow, you're up to ask questions. Did you want to ask questions? No? Okay. Councillor Perks. Councillor Perks? Yeah, public questions. Please just wait a minute. Okay. Councillor Perks, these are public questions?
Yes, they are. Thank you.
Okay.
To the
Okay,
direct.
just one moment, please. Okay, go ahead.
So first to the General Manager of Municipal Licensing and Standards. Prior to, I think it's 2017, we always had a cap on the number of vehicles out there collecting fares to transport people, didn't we?
Through the speaker to the councillor, that's correct.
Yes, and we put caps on all kinds of different things that you license. Is that correct?
That's correct. Adult entertainment and body rub parlors have caps on them.
Okay, thank you. To the General Manager of Transportation, there are many things that contribute to congestion in the City of Toronto.
Through the speaker, that's correct.
And from time to time, you've looked at it, and among the things that you've told Council previously contributes to congestion is personal transportation vehicles, correct?
And when we did our assessment in 2016 to 19 data, we found that it was a contributing factor. Not the most significant, but certainly a contributing factor.
Okay, thank you very much. To the City Manager, from time to time, City Council encounters a problem, decides we need to do more research in it, but takes some temporary action while we're doing that research. That's happened many times here, hasn't it?
Through the speaker, yes, not uncommon. Information comes in, pause is taken to gather further information and make longer decisions.
So, you know, while it's council's decision, it would be completely within the realm of the kinds of things we've done to say, we have previously had caps on vehicles. We've been informed by city staff that there's a contribution to congestion. We don't know exactly how big that is. So while we're finding out, we could take a temporary pause. That would be similar to other actions that this council has taken.
Correct. Through the
Thank
speaker,
you very
it's
much.
not uncommon.
Thank you. Councillor Councillor Robinson, questions?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My questions are around drinking and driving. And I noticed after the vote, this vote on council, that we got material letters lobbying from Arrive Alive and that. So my concern is if there's not enough vehicles for hire, how does that impact people getting home safely after drinking or any type of intoxication, etc.?
So it's Carlton here, and I'm not sure I'm the best person or qualified to answer that. That is a narrative that is out there. I can't speak to definitively how I can't evaluate people's behavior.
No, but I guess what I'm asking is, are you aware we all received correspondence from those bodies, the anti-drinking and driving bodies? Or were you aware that we received, they don't want to see a cap? Were you aware of that?
And so through the speaker, yes, I am aware of that. Again,
Have they contacted you? Have they contacted you outside of a correspondence?
No, they have not.
What about the head of transportation? Have they contacted you? Because I know you work with them.
Through the speaker, we have certainly, I'm aware of those letters that were placed as part of the original report, but we have not been contacted by them directly.
Okay, so my question is, does this impact people going out to various destinations across the city and who are drinking? And does this give them a safe ride home option and the capping related to that?
So thank you for the question. Council imposed a cap, and that cap is for both taxi and private transportation companies. There are, I think the numbers are around 6,700 taxis and 52,000 private transportation companies, obviously not on the road at the same time. There's also transit and other opportunities. So again, it's a decision by council on continuing with this cap.
Okay, but I'm questioning whether it potentially could increase incidences. Because we've done some little bit of research, and a lot of the incidences in Toronto have, drunk driving as part of the source. So I guess to the head of transportation, will this potentially impact deaths or injuries in the city?
Through the speaker, so Councillor Robinson, we don't have any evidence to draw any kind of conclusions between drinking and driving and a cap. Certainly when people are intoxicated, we'd like them not to be driving on the roads, and so there's other alternatives for them to approach, including, as my colleague said, transit and taxis and Ubers.
So, but I know that you work with the police on Vision Zero, to the chair of transportation. I know you work with the police, because I formally did when we founded that. So would the police have a perspective? I know the police aren't here to speak to it, but do you think the police would have a perspective on this?
I mean, through the speaker, I know that the police, and you're right, we work with them very closely on Vision Zero. They have dedicated patrols to...
Councillor Robinson, can you back away from the mic because you're very loud?
I am. I'm about 3 feet from it. I don't understand why I'm loud.
It's loud in here. Sorry.
I'm not close to the mic at all. I'm about 2.5 feet from the mic. I don't know why I'm loud. My apologies, but it's where I don't understand. Sorry to the chair and to the head of transportation.
Not at all. So, Councillor, we certainly have a close relationship with the police working on Vision Zero. Certainly, drunk driving is a significant concern to all of us who are concerned about road safety. And I know that there have been an increase in incidences of stunt driving, things of that nature that we have spoken with them about, but we have not had a specific conversation about methods of transport home post someone being out and intoxicated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, questions?
Through you, Speaker, to the city manager. It seems to me, perhaps you can comment, that there are many, many bundled issues across divisions in relation to how many personal transportation company vehicle driver's licenses we should be allowing. It seems that this is a climate question around Transform TO and our Vision Zero goals. It's around our congestion objectives. There's implications for public transit, which we've heard repeatedly from transit advocates, and also there's the question of, the interest that the city might have in seeing the working conditions of any worker, or the social and economic outcomes for workers who are sometimes working below minimum wage. Would you agree that this is kind of a bigger picture piece than just how we license? It's really about a bunch of different city objectives aligning or not?
So through the Speaker, absolutely. Council's been pretty clear. There are a number of metrics we're looking at, and some of the more detailed work that's coming back is taking some time because it is not just our friends in MLS that are pulling that together. Transportation plays a huge role, but as you note, there are a number of other divisions which will have some level of information to provide to the information that Council wishes to receive.
Yeah, there are a number of other city strategies. For example, we've got the poverty strategy, we've got the newcomer strategy. There are a bunch of different kind of social issues that accrue to this debate as well, don't they? If you listen to the voice of the PTC drivers who've been saying that sometimes they're not even getting paid minimum wage, there are a number of different pieces that don't just have to do with how many licenses there are being sort of an absolute measure of how it impacts an industry, but we have a bunch of different objectives that we set for ourselves in the city, and perhaps looking at all of them at once in relation to this particular deliberation might be helpful. Is that possible?
So through the Speaker, it's a standard practice as we get into the information that we're asked to bring forward. We do analyze whether it has an impact, it is impacted by broader city policies. A good example of that would be our net zero goals, which we constantly evaluate, our equity strategies, which we constantly evaluate against. So we will do that as a matter of course.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, through you, Madam Speaker. I don't really think these questions will change much in terms of people's votes, but how many licenses are issued right now? Through you, Madam Speaker, I believe it's to Mr. Grant.
Yeah, and so it's confusing. I think it's best for me to stick with the round numbers that I used in October. So again, it's roughly 6,700 taxi limousine and 52,000 private transportation active drivers. Yeah.
So
private transportation companies.
Okay, sure. So that was in October?
So again, that was in October. They were really July numbers. They do fluctuate.
Yeah, approximately.
This is a very fluid industry.
That's what I'm trying to understand.
There are ins and outs, daily, weekly, monthly.
Okay, yeah. I'm just trying to get round numbers. So that was for July. Let's say you looked at January or the reporting period before that. How many were there? I'm sorry, I would have asked you before, but it just popped in my head.
Again, I will just say that the number, and I don't know January, but I do know that in 2016 or 2019, pardon me, there were over 100,000. So it's a very challenging job. People enter it, they choose to do it part-time, they choose that it's not for them, and they exit. Again, people enter and exit in the hundreds.
Okay, and that's fine. I'm not trying to hold you to anything, because I'm just trying to understand in my mind. I haven't heard that there's a shortage of drivers, and so if we're keeping the cap or we're maintaining the cap where it is, and it's not like, oh, we need more drivers, and the trajectory is actually down. I'm just trying to understand where the harm comes in, and that's what I'll have to figure out. With that, thank you very much for your answers.
Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you, Speaker. I think to Mr. Grant is the best place to answer the question. So council voted to put a cap on the number of drivers, is that right? Or is it the licenses? What does that mean exactly in plain language?
As the amendment was voted on, it spoke to licenses. The challenge in this industry is that an individual could hold a license with Uber, a license with Lyft, and a license to drive a taxi and or a limo. You could hold 4 licenses.
So does it mean that there's more or less people performing this function?
I mean, you can only have one vehicle, so that's why the 52,000 number that I often refer to, again, while it fluctuates a lot, are active drivers.
Over time, does this increase or decrease the availability of services to the public?
I'll start and then I'll pass it to my colleagues in transportation. The numbers, again, as I was saying to Councillor Burnside, fluctuate significantly in the private transportation company sector. And so it changes, and that's why the work that we need to do as part of the report that's coming back in Q4 2024 takes into consideration a number of variables, a number of pieces of data to understand what the appropriate number of vehicles is.
Does this increase or decrease the price paid by the public to obtain these services?
I don't believe it impacts the consumer's price. What I have heard anecdotally is that it impacts wait times.
I see. So I asked about the services, the impact of services. So there's the answer. The wait times go up. Okay. So does this impact positively or negatively upon those current drivers?
I would say the cap allows those people that are inside the cap to have security on working. What it doesn't allow for, unless people drop off one of those platforms, because it's a rolling cap. I mean, we manage the cap. If 100 come off, there's 100 available. So that is how it works. But if there's 100 available and 400 want to pursue this profession, only 100 can be issued.
So do they make more money?
Yeah, I can't comment on that. Our work is really around consumer protection and regulating the industry. It does not, and because it's very challenging to deal with the labor and social and economic issues as part of a bylaw.
So all I got so far is longer wait times.
And that's anecdotal. It's not definitive.
Is there any positive outcome anywhere over a cap?
That's not for me to say. That's a political decision, but my colleague in transportation has a comment.
Through the Speaker, to Councillor Holiday, I was just going to suggest that, there are other cities that have instituted various regulations around Uber, and one of the things that we'll be doing in our assessment this year to come back in fourth quarter is to look at how the cap has affected a number of issues. So some of those pieces that you've asked about in terms of the impacts on wait times, we really don't have enough data since the time that the cap was put in place to be able to definitively say that. But we're certainly collecting that information, and we'll have more information into 2024.
Is there anyone on staff that can say that this is good or that it makes things better?
I don't think that's fair for us to comment on.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Chang, questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the Speaker, I'm wondering, how is the cap implemented? Is it on our side in the licenses we issue, or is it on the technology side of these third-party apps? Who is actually applying the cap?
Through the Speaker to the Councillor, our division have implemented it and are managing the cap.
And so how much flux has there been in the past in terms of people coming and going out of their licenses? Because I think we're imagining that there'd be some kind of refreshing, that some people would, suspend their licenses. Do we have any rules about level of activity in order to maintain a license?
So they have requirements based on that's in the municipal code, chapter 546, that they need to follow, safety certificates, etc. What happens often is at renewal, they choose not to renew, or they choose to exit the market. And as a result, that cap can go down 100, 200 drivers, and that frees up 100 to 200 drivers if people want to enter the market.
So prior to us installing a cap, how much flux was there pre-existing? Was there 1-200 license cap already happening? Or not cap, sorry, fluctuation?
Yeah, again, this is a very fluid market. It is not for everyone. As I mentioned in my previous answers, there are new entrants into the market. Could be 100, could be 1,000 per month.
And could we implement a requirement of activity to maintain a license so that anyone who is not using their license within a certain period, that they would automatically be signed out of their license?
So that's not necessarily feasible in both industries. There's a requirement to be licensed, and there's an annual renewal in both industries.
So I guess, is there any legal jurisdiction for us to, because if we're going to cap it, it's going to become a precious commodity, could we create some legislation that would then say, if you're not active for a month, you'll be, and then you'll have to wait and see if you can get back in? Is there a possibility that we could include that in our new proposal?
So I'll start and then pass it to my colleague, and we
Okay.
go for the legal advice.
Thanks.
In the past, we have not recommended a cap because caps create unintended consequences. They commodity value, and new issues arise. So as a result, we have let the market determine where it happens. Having said that, council has the right to implement a cap, and I'll turn it over to city solicitor.
Through you, Madam Speaker, if I understand the question correctly, it is whether something could be inserted into the bylaw that would require people to relinquish their licenses if they are inactive for a certain period of time, to free that up for someone else who might wish to become a driver.
Yes.
And that is something that we could look at when we're doing a report back.
Great. And just one more question. So one complication of this cap is the way that drivers can cross jurisdictions. So we've had a lot of emails from people who start in Mississauga, pick somebody up, and then they come to Toronto, and then they can't take a rider back. Has there been a jurisdictional comparison to other cities that have implemented caps? How do you have a regional, we can't control what other regions do, but in order to have this ecosystem and ensure that people are not taking empty cars back to their places, are there ways we can shape this or compare to other jurisdictions to ensure that there is still some kind of interconnectivity with other jurisdictions that, where people are driving in and out of our city?
And so we are part of a Greater Toronto Area region. That is important to note. To drive in, to pick up a passenger in Toronto, you have to be licensed with the City of Toronto. We can look at, as part of our work over the next year, at other jurisdictions, irrespective of a cap. The issue, it doesn't, the cap or no cap does not impact where a driver's picked up or where they're dropped off.
Thank you. Councillor Candival.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to staff. A question I have is a couple of questions through the lens of the impact on the workers. A variety of numbers have been shared with us as councillors. For example, one item or one number is that Uber drivers make $8 an hour. Is there any data that indicates a rough average of the earnings per hour?
The short answer is no, and the longer answer is that our regulations are not in such a fashion that they determine wages. Wages are at the Ministry of Labor. They're not something that that the city regulations can guarantee.
No, I understand that. Due to our regulatory power over this industry, can staff request data that allows us to synthesize and determine an average hourly rate for Uber drivers or rideshare drivers?
That's something we can look into. We do have extensive data sharing agreements, but that's a separate piece of analysis. And then with surge pricing, et cetera, it's variable.
Granted, and I think perhaps in non-surge pricing, if that data and if staff can endeavor to do that, in the scenario that this comes up again or something, that would be valuable because that's the arguments that are being levied for and against. In that same context, given that we provide licenses to individual drivers, correct?
That's correct.
So by virtue of that, do we have the ability to communicate directly with licensed rideshare drivers?
Yes, we do it through the platforms.
Yeah.
So we're not direct with the 52,000. Okay. We work with, again, the platforms, which is, again, typically Uber and Lyft.
By virtue of that, to your knowledge, can we survey the drivers directly on this question of cap?
It's not something that we've done. I know we've had deputants come to many committees and talk about the challenges that they're facing and that they've expressed their own per hour wages.
If we wanted to get a larger sample size, can we survey these workers?
It's something we could look into. I'm not sure if council is directing us to do a survey.
I'm just wondering if it's possible.
I would say it's possible. It's something we would need to look into. Again, the accuracy of it, the number of respondents, all subject to a number of asterisks.
Okay, I think that's good to know that we have that ability to communicate with them. And my last question to that same point.
Okay, so we need to ask questions on what we have before us. Okay, go ahead, your next question.
Sorry, was that question not about Uber?
Well, no, you're getting what we have before us is the litigation.
Okay, okay, I hope this is, in context, but through you, Madam Speaker, to staff, is there if Uber drivers wanted to unionize, this is totally out of my curiosity, do they have the platform to create that, that possibility?
Yeah, Uber is their own company, and their staff are employees or somehow affiliated with Uber. Whether they choose in taxi, limo, or private transportation companies to come to unionize, the city is not involved. That's a business or a labor decision.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for the questions. Now we'll put the speakers list up. Okay. Mayor Chow to speak.
Yeah. Speaker, I'd like to move the motion, if you can put it on the screen. I believe the clerk has received that. Okay. I'll talk about the motion. Toronto is the second largest financial center in North America, other than New York. We're bigger than Los Angeles and Chicago, San Francisco. Over the past few weeks, I've been meeting with leaders from the Toronto business community, including the CEO of CIBC, some of the city's biggest asset management like Brookfield, commercial property owners like Cadillac Fairview, plus all major employers that are in the downtown area. We have headquarters in downtown. And they told me the top issue that concerned them is congestion. I tried to persuade them that we need to work together to build housing. They talk about congestion. It is a key economic issue for them. These business leaders feel it every day. They can't get to important meetings, and the staff won't come to the office because of clock rows and long commutes, and it's damaging the financial sector in a serious way. And Toronto is ranked 7th globally in terms of congestion, and 3rd in North America in terms of traffic delays per capita. It's bad. The CFIB survey found that 58% of small businesses in Toronto consider traffic and congestion to be a significant challenge to their operations. And 36% of them report that they have lost customers due to congestion-related issues. This is a huge drag in productivity, a huge drag on our economy. The congestion costs the whole region an estimated $11 billion annually in lost productivity and opportunity. Of course, our efforts to better regulate the private transportation companies and vehicle for hire sectors go beyond congestion. It's also about fairness and affordability. It's about making sure that people coming here can find good jobs that can pay the bills, support their family, and put food on their table. The current flood of drivers make it hard for people to make a living. Toronto area's PTC drivers earn an average of about $8 an hour, well below the Ontario's minimum wage of $16.55. And 40%, 4 out of 10 Toronto's food bank users have a job. And these drivers are among them, the PTC drivers. By better regulating this industry, we are also helping to reduce our total greenhouse gas emissions by not adding more cars on the road, by giving people more incentive to switch to EVs faster. We know the emission impact of one PTC, this is private transportation company driver, it equals to 3 regular cars on the road because of how much they're driving. because they are circling around looking for fares. Every PTC driver that isn't on the road is 3 times the impact of the greenhouse gas emission. We also know that keeping more cars off the road makes public transit more attractive. A recent U of T study showed that 49% of those surveyed would have taken transit, public transit, TTC, if there isn't immediate access to PTC. That's good news for everyone stuck in traffic, good news for the climate. If you look at examples for other large cities like New York, which is also the biggest financial center, New York showed us that this is an industry that can operate much more efficiently. According to city staff, New York has 3 times the population of Toronto. You know how big they are, 3 times. But less than twice as many vehicles for hire. Less than twice, okay? And each car carries 4 times as many trips. That's called efficiency. That's called effective industry. Right now, we don't have that. What I'm doing is asking the city manager to take a leadership role in pulling together a report to the executive committee. Why? Why does it need to be a senior leadership on this city? Because they need to work across departments. You need to look at greenhouse gas emission. You need to look at congestions. You need to look at greenhouse gas emission and the number of transportation. What kind of nodal split are we looking for? How many cars are we looking at? So those are areas that are not just about issuing a license. It's about planning, it's about transportation, it's about public transit, it's about greenhouse gas emission, and it is across different divisions, across different departments. Let us have a comprehensive look at this, and by March, we will have a much more informed discussion. Today's motion helps us achieve this goal while also finding the right reasonable balance as it relates to public consultation and our ability to give staff the time they need to collect data from the industry and to help us meet our climate obligations.
Thank you.
I hope you support it.
We do have a question for you, Councillor McKelvie. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So you say that you want to skip to the March 20th council, but I'm just wondering, does that mean that this will come to the February 29th executive meeting?
Yes, that's the plan.
Okay. And the last clause I was a little surprised by at the end that said may implement a cap on the number being less than it is at the existing timeframe. So is that on that date we might be cutting and we may be having people that are told you don't have a license anymore, or it's not valid?
No, it could be attrition, because right now we're 53,000, let's say Uber drivers, license. And the way it is now, if I assume that in the next few months there might be a flood, it could go to 60, it could go to 70,000. But if the option is 53,000, then it'll be attrition as people stop driving instead of replacing them. That's what we're doing now. We would get it to a certain number. But that number we will be deciding in March.
And you foresee that would be done in a fair way?
Absolutely, which is why this is the measures that the city may take if council impose a cap at a number less than the number of existing licenses at the time council decides.
Okay, and then you also have in here considerations around public transit. I'm wondering if you're also cross boundaries. So for example, in my ward, we have a lot of people that go into Durham. It's not easy for us to cross the border. So when we go, even to visit my sister a kilometer away, or 2 kilometers away, like sometimes we have a family party, we take an Uber and we need licenses to be able to cross, so would that be part of this, is looking at cross-boundary implications?
I think it's important. I know a number of people, some of my friends live in Markham, and of course, they cross the Toronto boundary.
Okay. And public transit, there's reports that are out that Uber is on the rise in Scarborough. We have the Scarborough RT shut down. So how do you see that will account for equity in public transit through this?
Well, that's why we need to know what is the proper number. If we don't study, and University of Toronto have had this study, it's just the City of Toronto have not had this kind of report. And if you look at the U of T study, half of those survey have said that they take transit in the absence of BTC. Now, the Scarborough RT, right now, because the RT is down, they have to take the bus. And bus has its own lane. And if we could quickly, hopefully soon, start building the busway.
So you'll see that as a consideration. The last thing I just wanted to ask you was...
because that would make it a lot faster.
If the problem we want to solve is congestion, are you also open to measures that may limit the number that are on the road at any given time of day? So for example...
What do you mean?
During rush hour, maybe there's a cap on the number, whereas that is different at night when TTC service breaks down. Like, do you see this as fluid throughout a day as opposed to a constant? Where if the problem we want to solve is congestion, then are we looking at it through that lens?
That was your last
I'm
question.
not sure that the staff have the capacity to do it. They will come up with some options. And I'm not sure that you can say at certain hours. I do know in other places, it depends on how you regulate it. So there are different methodology, which is why the word options is here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think there's another question.
Yes. Councillor Bradford, question.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to say to the Mayor, I appreciate your motion to rescind the decision from October and commend you on taking that step. Do you anticipate that this report that will come back to us in March, February Executive Committee will be able to give you a number, that is a number that city staff deem appropriate and you deem appropriate for capping vehicles for hire?
I don't know because they said there would be options.
So do you anticipate that there will be a number, though, that we would be able to use, that we would be able to use to justify putting in a cap?
I cannot prejudge what the staff is going to write.
What do you believe is the appropriate number?
I do not know. Neither does any one of us know.
So it seems like, and I think this is positive.
But that's what a moratorium is all about, Councillor. Allow me to answer your question. A moratorium means that we would stop giving out licenses until we know precisely what is the right number. I mean, how could one justify that New York
Madam Speaker,
has
if I can
3
ask my
times
question,
the population of Toronto,
if I can just ask my
but
question.
less than twice?
Mayor
So
Chow,
it was-
allow Councillor Bradford to ask
Can
a
you just hold my
question.
time? I'm not
Yeah,
here for a
just
filibuster.
go ahead, Councillor Bradford.
I have real questions. So it would seem to me that you are looking for evidence in a report that you want to come back at executive in February and then council in March to determine an appropriate, as you would deem, cap here in Toronto. Is that correct? You're
No.
looking for evidence and data.
No, I'm looking for data that deals with greenhouse gas emission, that deals with zero emission, and the key word
So
is...
I'm looking, I'm actually reading your
You have to allow
motion.
me to answer your question, don't you?
I would like you to answer it.
Okay, Councillor Bradford, allow the mayor to answer the question.
Because maybe he wants to answer it for me. I can sit down and just have you talk about it. But allowed me to say that the key question, the key words in here is the city manager to report to executive.
All right, this is embarrassing. But here's the question.
Okay,
If there is
precisely
not
what
enough
is your
time to
question?
get all of this information, because as we've heard from staff answering questions over the course of 2 days while we've dealt with this issue, they have made it very clear, Carlton Grant, Barbara Gray, other commenting divisions, they cannot provide us with this information until Q4 2024. So if you want to make an evidence-based decision, would you be open to a friendly amendment that would have that information come back in Q4 2024 when the staff have told us they would be able to provide you with that evidence to make an evidence-based decision. Are you open to that friendly amendment?
It's not friendly because you know why? If you read the report from previously, that is already a motion. So why would this
Because I want to
councillor...
rely on the
allow me to
actual
finish.
data and the
Hang
information.
on a second, Mr.
Councillor
Councillor
Bradford,
Do you want me to answer
please.
the question or not?
Councillor Bradford, please
hear it.
allow the mayor to answer.
City Council has already, last time we debated this issue, asked for a comprehensive report. What this is to look at options, okay? It's the options to limit the number of vehicle for hire and private transportation company. This is a far more comprehensive report that will not just talk about numbers. It talks about greenhouse gas emission. It talks about public transit. It talks about congestion. Congestion is hurting our economy. Talk to the CEO of the downtown financial sector. They are having a hard time.
Okay, thank
and
you.
they're saying that these vehicle for hire, allow me to finish, they're saying these vehicle for hire cars are driving around the entire downtown area and making the congestion so much worse.
That's not their position.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. First, I have a motion. The clerk has asked me to move that City Council direct that the confidential attachment 1 remain confidential, a little late, in its entirety as it contains advice that is subject to solicitor-client and litigation privileges, notwithstanding the leaking that happened. I want to just indicate my support for what the mayor has moved. My understanding is that the mayor has worked with staff and worked with the city manager on this motion, and I think that's significant. You heard from the city manager that this question of how many personal transportation company vehicles are appropriate in a city like Toronto has implications for many divisions and for many of the strategies that we say that we support here.
Michael.
Transform TO, our climate action, our net zero strategy is a significant and ambitious strategy. It says that we should be reducing the number of personal vehicles in favor of other modes of transportation, particularly transit. We know that there's an impact that the numbers of vehicles right now have on TTC ridership. I personally have asked many times, what is the impact? Has the TTC done that work since being elected? It's something that we need to know and understand. We need to understand how congestion is impacting the economy, quality of life, air quality, and we know because we hear it every day that congestion is choking the economy. And I think it's really important and significant to remember that we have other strategies here that we committed to. One of them is a poverty reduction strategy. The idea that we are enabling a system in which the oversupply of a particular kind of license to operate equates and ends up producing the kind of poverty that people are experiencing when they're driving 11, 12, 13, 15 hours a day to be able to make, what, less than minimum wage? I had the privilege of listening to drivers this morning, Lyft and Uber drivers, to transit riders, to environmentalists, to people that are concerned about the gig economy. Because the reality is that this is a unique kind of industry and a unique kind of employer. When you work for an app, you're misclassified as self-employed. You have no protections under provincial legislation. You are not an employee. That's significant. And so whether it's Uber or whether it's deliveries for restaurants, whatever that is, we're dealing with a different kind of animal here. And it is very difficult to get to the answers that Councillor Candeville was talking about. What is the business model? Well, one of the important things is that it's proprietary. We don't get to look inside. In fact, the drivers themselves don't really understand how their compensation works. And so when it's reported that they're making $30 an hour, that's just not true. You have to listen to the people most impacted when you're talking about an industry. And the fact is that I don't feel comfortable, and many people in this city and many people in this council did not feel good about regulating an industry in a way that results in poverty, that results in addition to all of the really significant things that we've talked about, congestion, air quality. I think that this is a really elegant solution. We're rescinding the previous decision. This doesn't have to be litigated. And now we're elevating. We're elevating the conversation to where it belongs. This is a citywide visioning issue. This is a citywide planning issue. Not just planning how we move people around, but how we ensure that people are fairly compensated and have a good life in this city. So I want to thank the mayor for working with staff on this, and I support this motion. I think it's the right way to go. We're going to get the answers. And moratorium is not an absolute question. When the moment comes and we understand at what number we should be limiting, once we've had the opportunity to take all of the steps that need to get us there, it is undeniable that this council has the absolute right to govern and to legislate in the public interest of the people, and that includes a lot of different pieces. So let's get down to the business of doing that.
Councillor Chang to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm grateful that we are moving forward to rescind the cap because I feel like the data and process was not mapped out at the time that the cap was applied. I think that what we're looking at here necessitates a very nuanced policy. Firstly, we must reflect the needs of community members who do not live near higher order transit, who need to travel late at night, who cannot necessarily easily use public transit. We also have to consider the vulnerable workers who we want to protect, but sometimes in protecting them, we might hurt them with the availability of a job that you don't need to apply for, that you can start working tomorrow. And I know there are people who have relied on rideshare jobs in a pinch when they really needed to do something. And so I hope that there will be really fulsome consultation with those who rely on this service, those who rely on it as a job, so that we hear all the perspectives, all the voices, do the jurisdictional scan about what other municipalities that have applied a cap, what they have learned in the process, so that we don't end up with something that has unintended consequences that hurt the very people we're trying to protect. It's very clear to me that this might take longer than the time that it's been allotted. So I hope that we can look at the data and report that is available in March, but also realize that we might not be able to move forward as swiftly as we'd like to because of the nuances necessary for a policy like this that frankly touches on so many people. Everyone, well, not everyone, but after the pandemic, so many people have started to rely on ride sharing, and a lot of people have opted out of car ownership because of the availability of this service. So because it touches on so many people, we must not take it lightly. We must make sure that the needs and considerations of users and workers are all put together, because I think about, for example, we said, oh, we are upset because rideshare has stolen, ridership off of TTC. Well, I think about a single mom who has to get her kids to a certain location at a certain time, and taking transit can add time to the travel. It's very hard to take kids from one place to another when there's waiting times in between or changing transportation, and having easily accessible rideshare has in fact made transportation easier for some people who in the past might not have been able to travel as conveniently and save that time. So let's just make sure that our consultation is fulsome and thorough, and that we have a data-supported approach to the policy that results from that process. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Candival?
Madam Speaker, just a question and procedure. I'm speaking to the motion, or do I have the ability as well to ask questions to the mover?
Speaking, because the mover, there were questions asked, so now we're into speaking.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind next time, but
Okay.
I have a few comments to make.
Okay.
Thank you to Councillor Bravo for bringing an important voice into the discussion that impacts gig workers and the implications that has on income inequality in our city, which is growing tremendously. And as part of that, I hope, and to my comments, that as we look at creating the space and time for input through stakeholder consultation, that through the Mayor's motion, if adopted, that staff incorporate strategies to include worker input. I think that's important to many on council, that we understand the implications of this idea upon the workers impacted by this. And secondly and lastly, the Mayor spoke rightfully to the impact this has in Scarborough. And one thing that I heard very loud and clear during my recent election was the impact the red bus lanes, a temporary solution, is having on Scarborough residents in my ward and across Scarborough, that we're looking for action to happen right away on the express busway. And I'm heartened by the comments made by the Mayor and looking forward to next steps by City Council to see the implementation, the resurfacing of the old Scarborough RT towards an express busway, because the two issues intersect greatly and impact Scarborough families tremendously. So I'm heartened by that and supportive of this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Chang raised a very important point, and I wanted to just expand and highlight it. Human beings in the city of Toronto, everywhere, have basic needs: shelter, food, clothing. You could argue a bit of money or some sort of commodity to trade with, but also transportation, and that represents the freedom to move about, to live your life. Councillor Chang raised the key point. We live in a society, in a city that has got a whole array of policies that encourage people to turn away from the private automobile or the private ownership of an automobile. The thing about that automobile is it, in many ways, represents freedom. If you want to leave the city, you can at a moment's notice because it's your choice, or you have more freedom in perhaps in where you work or who you associate with. In this case, government has a very strong lever that not only affects the economy around private transportation company and taxi, and one may argue it's an extension of the public transportation system, although it's not publicly owned. It is accessible by everybody. We do have control because economic theory says, or scarcity theory says, that as something is less available, the price goes up, and effectively those that are the most wealthy have the most access to it. So in effect, what we are doing, if we cause the ability to choose this transportation method to be more expensive to your average citizen, is we are effectively limiting their freedom. And I understand, and people I think listening to the debate understand, that there's many layers to that discussion, and it's a very political one. But I think it's extremely important to reinforce that point, that these are very fundamental things. And the ability for people to move around the city, especially if they have given up their cars, they are in the hands now of taxis, private transportation companies, and of course, public transportation. So I ask members of council to please think very carefully about all of these dimensions because they are important. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Again, thank you. I just find it astonishing that some of the councillors are not recognizing that this threatened lawsuit basically sets an incredibly dangerous precedent, whereby if a company with deep pockets, and this is a multi-billion-dollar international mega corporation, if they disagree with some amendment we made on the council floor, they're going to sue us. They just said, you can't do that, we'll sue you. And that's what they've done. It's basically trying to gag the council from undertaking their due diligence, their job to basically deliver good decisions based on what they feel is right. We make changes and amendments. Look how many amendments we've had on the floor today. And this company, whose CEO in the States makes $24 million a year, and the CEO in Canada makes $10 million a year, is telling us that you cannot regulate our business. We have every right constitutionally in our charter to regulate transportation, transit in the City of Toronto, whether it be taxis, whether it be TTC, we regulate that. That's part of our obligation as a City Council. Then I see this report. Somebody talked about the Scarborough RT. The company claims, that's Uber, that following the Scarborough RT derailment and permanent closure, it has been seen more people in Scarborough using Uber to get around the city. The company claims that since the derailment, Uber trips in Scarborough have increased 72%, and the Kennedy Station 29%. Well, the TTC disputes that claim. Now reached, that's the magazine, the Toronto Transit Commission to see if this was true. And Mr. Stuart Green said, in fact, in reviewing the heat map they released, it does not overlap transit ridership patterns that make any sense. It seems speculative or at best wishful thinking for them to make any connections between perceived usage increase with changes in TTC service. So be careful what you hear from the high-paid lobbyists, PR people, governance people from this mega corporation. And then people say, well, you're putting a cap on it. It is a temporary pause so we can assess the impact of having these 53,000 licensed people driving around the city, usually in the downtown. We have every right to make that assessment as a council. It's a pause. And now they're saying, well, you can't have that pause. You can't do that. And you know what, again, the thing that, again, when I first got into understanding about what Uber was doing, the thing that caught my attention was when I asked some of the drivers and found out they're making half of a minimum wage. How can you tolerate that, accept that as members of this council when we are supposed to have minimum wages in this city, in this province? It's supposed to be 15, 16 bucks an hour. Well, they're making $7.90 an hour. $7.90 an hour. That is unconscionable that we should be supporting a multinational corporation with so many resources that pays newcomers, especially new people trying to make a living, pays them $7.90 an hour. That is something that really irks me, and I hope you stand up and say that is not right, and maybe they should change their business model, because they're like in New York, as the mayor said, they've got 3 times the population we do. They only have, what, half the Uber drivers that we have? So how come New York can do it, but Uber wants to flood the Toronto market because their business model works best if they just give out as many licenses as possible? If you're not going to worry about congestion or air quality, think of the poor working people making $7.90 an hour driving for people making all this money. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, looks like that's it for our speakers. Oh, Councillor Bradford? Councillor Bradford to speak.
My colleague, Councillor Perks, wants to know what I'm going to do. I do have an amendment, and it's I suggested it could be a friendly amendment. The mayor said it wasn't, but it's just requesting that this body of work, which I think is extensive, that she's outlined in her motion. I think there's a lot of pieces to it. She explained that to us. There's a lot of pieces. My amendment just says that we include that as part of the already planned fourth quarter 2024 report back on the vehicle for hire industry. I think if we want to make evidence-based decisions, we should have the data. We should have the evidence. And my concern with ramming this through to a executive committee meeting on February 29th, that means the February 29th executive meeting means that Carlton over there has to have his report in by February 14th. Well, happy Valentine's Day, Carlton. My concern is all of the moving pieces here for us to have an actual number for the cap that the mayor clearly wants to introduce. If we're going to back that up with greenhouse gas emissions, if we're going to back that up with congestion data, if we're going to back that up with the number of licenses, the length of trips, where the trips are going, if we're going to have a fulsome understanding to try and arrive at a number here, the mayor will tell you herself right now, she doesn't know the number, but we need to know the information, the inputs to be able to get there. Now, we've been talking about this for 2 days in this council chamber, and what we do as a council matters, but how we do it is also critical. It's of the utmost importance. There are colleagues here that are sort of suggesting that, let's abandon the process. Well, we've seen what happens, and frankly, council made a mistake. This council made a mistake, and I commend the mayor for walking it back and rescinding the motion. I think that was important, but we are here today cleaning up that mess. My concern is if we proceed without this amendment, we might find ourselves in the same situation, February 29th. We've heard from the head of MLS. We have heard from our general manager of transportation about the work that needs to be done to consider this in a smart, thoughtful, pragmatic way. Right now, some folks are in the pursuit of special interests. We've seen some of that. Well, I think the special interest pursuits were shown pretty clearly when those emails were FOI'd in August, and it's all public, and we saw that.
Enough, Councillor Cole.
Right, so we saw that, and I would encourage folks to take a look at that. There is a direct line of communication to folks who are making the decisions here, and they are in a pursuit of a specific goal. And so I think that if this is the decision that we're going to go in, and if that's the direction, and it's pretty clear that's the direction that this council is going to go, we should have a defensible policy position backed by the evidence and the data that would best position us to make that decision. I'm just asking that we undertake that massive pile of new work in a comprehensive and thoughtful way, and that we give the staff the adequate time to arrive at a position where we have the evidence as a council to consider it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have questions. Councillor Chang, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you. I'm just wanted to clarify the timeline that has been mapped out in your amendment. Is that based on your best guess of what you think enough time is for the fulsome consultative process, or is it something that our good friend, Mr. Carlton, has suggested as the time required to do what is necessary to have a defensible consultative process?
Yesterday, we heard from MLS that they have a number of major policy pieces under work. They are doing night economy, noise bylaw stuff. They are doing the short-term bylaw rental. All of that is hitting Q1, Q2, Q3 of this year. And he's the guy doing it, him and his team. And this work has already been pushed at this council to be expedited. And what we've heard when we discussed the vehicle for hire report was Q4 2024 was the earliest that that could come back. And the reason that was the earliest that it could come back was the breadth and extent of all of the inputs and data that are needed. Now, this just piles on a ton more things, and I think these are good things to look at. Folks know I'm concerned about congestion. You know, if we want to reduce congestion, maybe we could stop doing construction projects on top of each other and closing down all the streets in the downtown core. But either way, there's a big body of work here, and I think if we give the staff enough time, we will get a better report to make a better decision as a council.
So would there be a potential for an amendment that an earlier date is possible with additional resourcing for the department to be able to mobilize faster?
I mean, I'm happy to see this. I've asked them so many different times in so many different ways, what is the earliest that they can get this work done? And staff have been crystal clear, time and time again, Q4 2024. If through the budget cycle, you know, we found a pile of extra money for MLS on top of all the other things that we asked them to do, you know, maybe there would be more resources to do it. But as of today, I can't tell you that they can do it any faster because they have told me repeatedly this is the fastest they can do it, which is why I would suggest, you know, putting in a pseudo report here that's going to be half-baked and incomplete, you know, just a number of weeks from now is not going to be helpful.
Well, I think if it's a mayoral priority, then there is potential for putting some resources behind it to expedite its completion.
Okay, that was your last
Thank
question.
you. Do you think that that could be the case?
We haven't heard that.
Okay, thank you. I'm not-
Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I just want to say, where's Councillor Mike Cole? Hip, hip, hooray, Councillor Mike Cole, because you always stand up for working people and a decent life for all the folks who are working so hard and really not getting ahead in the way that they want to get ahead. Just take umbrage with the fact that Councillor Bradford said, well, the mayor, you know, we made a mistake and now we're walking back our mistake. I wouldn't necessarily say that, because what I heard yesterday, and I've learned about New York, is we are dealing with an extremely litigious corporation who's not letting anything go and not taking no for an answer, not taking anything for an answer. They're going to decide how they're going to operate in Toronto, not the City of Toronto, not Toronto City Council. They're going to decide. And so this is kind of one of those moments where we're saying, oh, I thought that we made those decisions here. I thought that was our decision. And I'll say when we first passed this, I don't know who was here, but it was very controversial at that time. I don't think at any moment anybody said, well, when we do this, there will be 53,000 cars, not drivers, Councillor Cole, cars that will be licensed on the streets of Toronto, and in particular, zooming around downtown. So that is a lot of new cars. That's like a city in the province of Ontario. Parry Sound, 53,000 people, 53,000 new vehicles. There is no way when we decided this, that anybody had a notion of what the numbers would be like and the impact of the numbers. Why I said vehicles is because there can be 2 drivers. You know, taxis have 2 drivers, 3 drivers. People drive 24 hours trying to make the money. So I wouldn't say, and I think people are confused between drivers and cars. As I understand it, this is 53 licensed vehicles. So that's the first thing. And when we decided something, and now we found out, wow, there's 53,000 of them, just as we may say, I think Councillor Matlow was there with the construction on Yonge Street that affected the bike lane. He said, oh, I didn't know that was going to be the case when we agreed to that development. I'm going to go in and I'm going to fix that. That's not going to happen. So there's many times when we readjust. This is a readjustment, and I do understand that there can be a report. It may not have hard numbers, but here's the process, here's your options. There can be one. So I understand the mayor's position. She's concerned about the congestion. She's concerned that somehow the previous council agreed to license 53,000, and if we don't say, let's stop for a minute and make sure that's the right number, it could be 80, it could be 100. It could be every single second car downtown. And dare I say it, stopped in the transit lane, stopped on Dundas and Jarvis, stopped everywhere there, holding up traffic, because that's where all the Airbnbs are. And who's going there? Well, that's Uber. So we made a lot of decisions, and I think it's fair to revisit, did we make them wisely? We come back to that all the time and make changes. And a new term can do that. Let's stop arguing that we can't do this. All of you councillors that have been here for a long time, that is what we do. We reconsider things, especially ones that we weren't clear about. This is brand new technology. It's brand new. It's unregulated. It's this, it's that. Remember, we have to fight to ask them to put a sign in the window to say, hey, I'm an Uber or I'm a Lyft. And you know what? You go out there and you'll find that, hey, there's a lot of cars that don't have that sign in the window. They're just going around and you know exactly who they are. So there's rules, but some people think the rules don't apply to them. Last time I looked, we have jurisdiction over the city. We have jurisdiction over our bylaws. I'd say we treat businesses very well in this city. Argue with me that we don't. We have people constructing everywhere. Please build it. We have employment areas. We're saying, please stay. Councillor Thompson says we have an electric vehicle charging up in my ward. It's great. We have to promote it.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher.
So that's what I have to say, folks. Let's just suck it up and do.
Well, that's one way of concluding your speech.
Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you so very much, Speaker. Members, I have to confess, a few minutes ago I was flashing back, totally vivid flashback. Councillor Bradford was getting up and moving a change to a motion, and I was all of a sudden back at the last mayoralty election, and all I could hear were the words delay, debate, deferral. Delay, debate, deferral. Delay, debate, deferral.
You got it backwards.
It was,
Debate, deferral, delay.
there you go. Thank you for that. See, this is the thing about flashbacks. They're unreliable. And what was he doing? The very thing he accuses all the rest of us of doing. Debating, delaying, and deferring. Well, I've had enough. I've had enough.
Now you want to do something.
The
Amazing.
Councillor Bradford, please stop interrupting.
I'm used to it, Speaker. The thing that's interesting about Councillor Bradford's amendment to Mayor Chow's motion, it doesn't just change the time, it changes who reports. Mayor Chow has asked the city manager to report to us on a range of issues because there's more than one thing at stake about how our transportation system works and who works in it and what the environmental and social consequences of. So Mr. Grant has a part of a role there. Ms. Gray has a role. Our social development staff have a role. There's a lot going on. I see staff from the climate office here. And that's why Mayor Chow very wisely said, we need to get advice across all the different interests that the public service is informing us on. That's the first thing that you should be aware of in Councillor Bradford's motion. He has taken that multifaceted report away. No longer is it the city manager. The second thing to be aware of, and it was interesting, Councillor Bradford and I were having a conversation with Mr. Grant just a few minutes ago. The intention is and always has been that we will get the full report on all of those very complex public policy issues at the end of 2024. We will give, look at that, his head is nodding. I haven't seen Mr. Grant smile that much in years. But the idea was that, and you remember my questions to staff, do we from time to time, when we have a complex public policy issue, put a pause on while staff dig in? And the city manager said, yes, you do it often. You do it often. And so what the mayor is proposing is very simple, conventional wisdom. When you're in a hole, stop digging. Right now, as the general manager of transportation told us, we're aware there's an impact on congestion from Uber, but we can't quantify it. Mr. Grant says, yes, you cap things all the time, but I don't know what that permanent number should be, or if there should be one, but it's entirely up to council to put caps on. So the question, the two options in front of you are, do you take the mayor's advice, stop digging, have something come to us in time for the March Council so that we can consider temporary action while Mr. Grant and others are given the room to really dig in so that we can have evidence-based decision-making? Or do you say, dig, 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 because it's time to debate, delay, and defer? So, you have a very, very simple question in front of you.
Councillor Bradford, please stop interrupting when someone is speaking. No, you're not. You're finished. You spoke. You're finished. Okay, Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. So in conclusion, we know that there are many issues here, and we know that no matter what we do, Uber will fight it. The only time Uber has not fought with us is when Mayor John Tory stood up and moved a 27-page motion that gave Uber everything it wanted. Where was the consultation on that 27-page motion? I'm a member of council. I didn't see it till it was moved. Why Uber didn't go to court? Very simple, because they won. They are not litigating because they're concerned about public consultation.
5 seconds.
Or they're concerned about any of the public policy issues we care about. They're litigating because they want to win.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson to speak.
I just want to check my audio. Am I loud? What's my audio level like?
Yeah, it's not as loud as before, but it's still a little loud.
Okay, I don't know how to correct that, but anyway, I'll try to speak really quietly.
Okay.
I just want, I wasn't going to speak, but then when I heard Councillor Perks speak, I chose that I would like to speak up and say how unfortunate his speech is. Really unfortunate. Like, we could all quote people from the campaign, and I just think that's really unfortunate is the only word I can actually find, his entire speech. But particularly the part that was aimed at Councillor Bradford. So we said all of this at that meeting. I said it in my speech, go back, and I could just actually stop talking and play my speech from that meeting. And a number of other councillors, Councillor Bradford spoke about these exact things, city staff alluded to it. So there's no surprise here. I was quoted in the paper the next day. saying, shouldn't we consult with the industry before we just do this? So we were warned and we dug in, as Councillor Perks likes to say, or you dug in, because I voted against it. Not that I'm pro-Uber. I have tons of amazing taxi drivers in my ward, and I work with them and have huge respect for them. But what I was concerned about was the process and creating policy on the fly without any looking right or left. So I think that was really unfortunate, Councillor Perks, your speech. And I would just like to say to the mayor, amazing work on many things, but I think this is awesome, and I applaud you moving this motion because I think it's the right direction, and I'll be supporting it, and just keep up the good work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, so let's put the motions on the screen.
Can I raise a point of order, please, Madam Speaker?
Councillor Holyday, point of order.
Yeah, and Madam Speaker, and maybe on a point of privilege, I can hear the sighing even though I'm on the other end of the computer. Like, give me a break. There's another one. It's almost humiliating. But anyways, my point of order is very serious, and my point of order is very simple. The mayor's motion looks to be two propositions in it. And I would like you, Madam Speaker, to rule if they may be voted on separately. And if they can be, I would like to vote on each separately and record the votes.
Okay, so I'm told that the city solicitor is saying that we can't separate the vote.
So I would like your ruling on that, Madam Speaker.
I just ruled on it.
I'd like to challenge the chair.
Okay,
Councillor for clarity, if it helps, Speaker.
Okay, Councillor okay, Councillor Holyday. Councillor Holyday is challenging me, so please vote. Yes, we have to record it. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, are you able to vote, please?
I'm dreaming of these bells at night. And you're talking about the train?
Councillor
The bells
Pasternak,
from
how
the
do you
train?
vote, please? In the affirmative, thank you. The chair's ruling is upheld. The vote is 22-2.
Speaker, may I have a copy of her ruling and ensure it is entered into the minutes?
Can we put the motions on the screen, please? Yeah, it is, yeah. This has really been a bad day. Motion on the screen by Councillor Bradford. Yeah, recorded vote. And we have to do a recorded vote on all of them because Councillor Mantis has declared an interest.
Councillor Crisanti, how do you vote? In the system, please.
The amendment does not carry. The vote is 3 to 21.
Okay, on the next motion. Recorded vote.
The motion carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
Madam Speaker, it didn't give me an opportunity to vote. It's Peruzza, and I'd like to vote in favor.
You know, the problem.
My voting tablet didn't give me an opportunity to vote.
But the problem is, Councillor Peruzza, we can't even see you, so how can you vote? Your video's not even on.
Look, you know what? That's an old song you're singing, and I would wish you would stop it. My tablet, I went to vote, did not work. Record my vote in the affirmative, please.
Okay, he is now, but he wasn't before. And I made it very clear from my memo is that if your video's not on, you can't vote.
I have a voting tablet which I've been pushing all day, and my votes have been coming through. On this one, it didn't. I tried. It didn't record. Just please record my vote and stop the editorial.
Well, you know, I'm getting tired of Councillor Peruzza being so rude. He's never at council.
No, Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, I'm getting tired of you.
I don't want to listen to you.
The way that you deal with me.
Okay.
So I'm tired of it.
Councillor Ainsley.
Madam Speaker, on a point of privilege, so I think everybody in this chamber understands the rules, that to vote we have to have our screen on if we're virtual. Councillor Peruzza just insulted you twice in those comments, and I'd ask that he withdraw them. Thank you.
Councillor Peruzza?
There's nothing for me to withdraw. You keep berating me. I asked you, I told you my tablet didn't work. I tried to vote. I just want to have my vote recorded. And you go on and start editorializing about your memos. Work it out with the clerk and just record my vote.
Councillor Peruzza, it's not just your vote. It's you didn't have your video on. That was the issue.
I have a voting tablet and I've been voting all day, so please stop it.
Councillor Perks? Councillor Perks?
Speaker, I'm trying to look at the procedures bylaw, but
Yeah.
if a member has been asked to come to order by the chair and refuses, there is a process, and I would ask you to consider that process.
So the process is that Councillor Peruzza is not part. We have to send him out of the, warn him. So Councillor Peruzza, either an apology or you won't be,
Apology for what, Speaker?
You won't continue because of your comments to me and your arrogance. So would you like to apologize?
But apology for what?
Would you like to apologize? That's twice.
Come on, let's get
Sure, I'm happy to apologize. I apologize for being here for you.
No.
Okay, can I ask the staff then just to take him off the screen, that he won't be participating for the rest of the council meeting?
I'm sorry, what are you doing?
If he was here, we would have the guards escort him out of the council chambers.
For what?
Okay.
For what?
I can't, I don't have access to that. So the next vote? Okay, the next motion is by Councillor Bravo on the confidential attachment. Recorded vote.
Councillor Matlow, are you able to vote using the system? Thank you. The motion carries unanimously, 23 in favor.
I believe, now Councillor Ainsley, so it's my understanding originally we had a timed item for your item for the night time? Yeah, we moved it to. So you moved it to tomorrow, which we voted on, and you agreed that the member's motion from Councillor Moyes would take your place for the timed item. Am I correct? Yes. Okay. Item is motion by Councillor Moyes, MM 13.29. So that's our next item.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Holiday.
Speaker, I've already brought this up in the meeting, that the analysis from the CFO on this matter has not been posted, and I asked you that this item be held until that information is available to council, because we cannot have an informed debate. And you still gave the hold to my colleague, and now it's been retimed.
No, Councillor Holiday, it's my understanding that it has been posted. It was posted a couple of hours ago.
Under which item, please? I'd like to see it.
Can you please? It's under item MM 13.29.
So the financial analysis is normally put under RM 13.7 with the order paper, like all of the rest of the analysis. So I asked that this be distributed to members of council, and so this is the first I'm hearing about it. So how is that possibly a fair process so that people can do the required analysis and prepare for a debate.
When was it posted? Huh? Okay, Councillor Holiday, it has been sent.
So Speaker, on a point of privilege, I hope you can appreciate that I'm trying to make the best out of an item that has been brought to the council floor with no notice, with very little time to process it, and all I ask is that the information be brought out so that we can deal with it in a fair manner. And the latest I hear just a moment ago is that it is suddenly being reordered to immediately. And I'm looking for the financial analysis where it is normally
Councillor
filed,
Holiday,
and it's not been placed there.
it was sent to all members of council 2 hours ago.
Fine.
It wasn't?
2 hours ago, during the middle of a very difficult debate.
Okay, enough, Councillor Holiday. Let's have a 5-minute recess, okay? But like, let's have a 5-minute recess so Councillor Holiday can read it.
So on another point of privilege, Madam Speaker,
A 5-minute recess, Councillor Holiday.
I don't appreciate being insulted.
Okay, members of council, we'll continue. Okay, Mayor Chow. Mayor Chow. Mayor Chow, okay, do you want to move your motion now?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, thank you. I have a motion to extend till 9 with a break from 6 to 6:30. But I will flag that many people have said they're open to going beyond 9. Should we not be proceeding at a good rate, we may have another amendment for extension.
All right,
I also will flag that we will be back tomorrow for the night economy items held, and also that there's been a request for CC 13.19 to be tomorrow, so that we can ensure Councillor Thompson's here for that one.
Okay. On the motion by Councillor McKelvie, all in favor?
Recorded vote.
Carried, thank you. Now, Councillor Holiday, what we're going to do is I'm going to rule on your point of personal privilege, and then what we're going to do before we go to MM 13.29, there's an item NY 9.4, which is for heritage, that they're here, and it's going to be just a few minutes, I'm told by Councillor Pasternak and Councillor Carroll. We'll do that item, and then we'll get back to MM 13.29. So, on the ruling, Councillor Holiday rules on a point of privilege concerning the financial impact statement for MM 13.29. When the clerk receives the financial impact statement for motion, it is posted to the member's motion in CMP. A summary of the financial impact statements received before council considered the member's motion is also posted against the order paper item under routine matters. At Councillor Holiday's request, the CFO provided the clerk a financial impact statement and was posted on MM 13.29. As we have now had a recess to allow interested members to review the financial impact statement, I am ruling that the privilege of the council has been maintained, and we are now ready to proceed with the debate on the item. But as I mentioned earlier, we'll proceed with NY 9.4 and then go to MM 13.29. Okay? Okay. So on NY 9.4, Councillor Pasternak.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's try again on this heritage property. My motion, there's two parts. Councillor Carroll has one of them. Mine is the first part, which really opens the door to more communication and discussion with the property owner, and of course access to funds to maintain a heritage property. So we put that one on the screen, and then I believe Councillor Carroll has the second part.
Sir, Pasternak's motion amendment is on the screen.
We do need a recorded vote.
Right. Okay, and Councillor Carroll. And if we just a moment, Councillor Carroll.
And if we could just make clear, this was the concern that Councillor Robinson raised, and I've spoken to her directly. I will be adopting the recommendations in the report from the Senior Manager, Heritage Planning, Urban Design, the original staff recommendations, which are not contradicted by Councillor Pasternak's amendment.
So we'll vote on Councillor Pasternak's motion first, and it's a recorded vote, right, Councillor Pasternak? Yes? Okay. Recorded vote on Councillor Pasternak's motion.
Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Sachs, please. Councillor Crescenti, we've just ended the vote. Do you wish to vote? In the affirmative, thank you. The motion carries unanimously, 25 in favor.
Okay, then on Councillor Carroll's motion, did you want a recorded vote too? No? Okay, so on Councillor Carroll's, recorded vote on Councillor Carroll's motion.
Speaker, just stand by while the system sends the votes out to members' computers. Councillor Myers, please. And Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Matlow. Mayor Chow, please. Speaker, the motion carries. The vote is 25 to 1.
Thank you. All right, so before we go to members' motion 1329, do members of council have any quick releases? Councillor Fletcher?
I would like to release a CC 13.9, the Danforth Planning Study. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Fletcher is releasing CC 13.9, the official plan amendment for Danforth Avenue. On favor? Carried.
And then I can release CC 13.17, so I can vote against it on a recorded vote.
The mayor would like to stand on a point of personal privilege to invite people to.
Okay, just like that. Okay, on CC 13.17, 975 Danforth Avenue, Ontario Land Tribunal hearing, Councillor Fletcher is releasing, but she wants a recorded vote.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Crescenti, how do you vote, please? In the affirmative, thank you. Councillor Mantis, how do you vote, please? Thank you. Speaker, the item carries 20-5.
So that's it for the quick releases. Who? Who? I heard a voice. Did somebody say they had one? I don't know.
What's wrong?
Okay. Yeah, okay, Councillor Ainslie, I see your name, so put your name on the screen if you have a, okay,
Yeah.
Councillor Ainslie?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Item IE 9.9, I have an amendment that I worked out with staff around signage around construction sites. I advanced circulated it.
How much did it cost? How much is it? Is there a financial?
Okay, IE 9.9. Okay, let's put the motion on the screen. There it is, by Councillor Ainslie. IE 9.9. Everyone okay? All in favor? Carried. Okay.
Madam Speaker. Yeah. Madam
Carried.
Speaker, we have two speakers lists going because people are adding themselves to item NY 9.4. So we're actually going to clear the list and regretfully ask members to add their names to the list again. I'm sorry about that.
On 9.4?
No, we've cleared that and it's now on quick items here.
Okay, but can you do, somehow my computer, it's dead. Somehow it got logged out. Okay. So who was the next one for a quick release? On the list. Oh, can you add yourself back? Councillor Myers, quick release?
Yes, I'd like to quickly release CC 13.8 and move an amendment.
I'm sorry, what was the number?
CC 13.8 and move an amendment.
CC 8.8?
13.
Okay, just a sec, let me find it. CC. The impacts of the regional municipality, right? So,
Yes. And I'd like to just move an amendment. to
okay,
that.
just one sec. We'll
I
have to put the
pre-circulate.
amendment on the screen. Okay, the amendment is on the screen by Councillor Myers.
Speaker, I also have an amendment. I asked for it to be advanced circulated, but I don't see.
On this item?
Yes.
Okay, then it's not a quick item.
It's a quick motion.
Was it? Okay, on CC 13.8, amendment by Councillor Myers are on favor, carried. So do we have Councillor Bravo's amendment? Okay, there it is on the screen, Councillor Bravo's amendment. Everyone okay with it? On Councillor Bravo's amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended. All in favor, carried. Councillor Crescenti.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So I'm okay to release GG 8.3 with a very friendly amendment, if I could. And clerks, I believe you have my amendment. And this amendment is requesting the CFO to report to the General Government Committee on the feasibility and financial implications of creating a financial incentive to property owners who elect to pay their property taxes in full. That's quick. It's a report back. No problem. I've discussed it with staff and they're fine with it.
Okay.
So,
Councillor Crescenti, maybe you can have your motion circulated.
it's an amendment. And
Your amendment.
Yeah, the clerks has it, and
Okay.
so maybe, the clerks, maybe if you could kindly send it to.
Okay, so I think that's it for quick releases. Oh, but you already, did you put your name back up?
I was on before Councillor Crescenti, and then I put my name on again. It's T 9.7, 150 Sterling Road. I have a motion. It's just a technical request from staff. T 917, 150 Sterling Road. It's just a misidentified address that has to be corrected.
Okay, it's on the screen. Okay, motion by Councillor Bravo on T 9.7. All in favor of the amendment? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Okay, thank you. That's it for quick releases. Okay, so now we'll go to MM 13.29, which is the member's motion. Questions to staff, if we can clear the screen and have members ask questions. Are there any questions to staff on this member's motion? Councillor Holliday.
Thank you. To the city clerk, where can I see correspondence on this item?
Madam Speaker, as you know, all documents associated with an item are placed against the item on the agenda.
How many pieces of correspondence are there with this item?
At present, there are no pieces of correspondence.
No one has written in on this. Okay. I don't know who can answer this because I don't know any of the details. Let's try the general manager EDC. Can someone describe the agreement with TMU regarding this? Where it came from, what's been negotiated, is there a contract? Was it put to market? I have many questions. I have no idea where this came from.
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor Holliday, there is an agreement that is in the works with TMU and TTC in the City of Toronto, such that TMU would assume the costs associated with the renaming of Dundas Station at Yonge Dundas Square, with the university bearing up to $1.6 million in those costs that the TTC have identified. That is detailed in the financial impact statement included with this item.
So the costs are more than 1.6 million, is that correct? So who bears the rest?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor Holliday, I'll call upon my colleague, the Chief Financial Officer, to assist with that question.
Through you, Madam Speaker, as identified in the financial impact section, total costs across the 4 assets that were identified, as well as the education communication piece, are about $2.7 million. We have identified offsets for all of around $700,000. That $700,000 will come forward as part of the 2024 budget process for council's consideration.
Where are the offsets from?
So across the 4 items, we've identified the 1.6 million that would come in collaboration with TMU on the subway stations. There's about $60,000 that was identified within the library budget, where it was deemed that it could be accommodated. In terms of Yonge Dundas Square, Section 37 funds will be released from the local councillor, and of the communication piece at 100,000 would be identified through the budget, so no offsets against that piece.
So all of the offsets are either public money proper with the city or broader public sector if you include the university?
So as identified in the financial impact, I'm looking at the net, which would be what would fall against essentially the property tax component. You're correct in terms of the other offsets would either come through the form of Section 37, agreements with TMU, or accommodated within the library budget.
Right, and okay. So back to an earlier council direction to you. I'm sorry, I don't have the number in front of me, but I think council asked you to look for sponsorship agreements and other agreements, including things such as Yonge Dundas Square, maybe even a transit station. Can anyone tell me if anyone approached the marketplace for sponsorship of Yonge Dundas Square or sponsorship of the subway stations? Does anyone know if these are the right numbers or the right values?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Holyday, the board of Yonge Dundas Square has, as a matter of course, undertaken sponsorship efforts, and they have continued to do so up through the most recent period. There is currently a governance review underway for Yonge Dundas Square that has paused only title naming rights, sponsorship deals for that property. With respect to the costing of these changes, they're driven less by what the sponsorship market might bear than by the actual costs associated in undertaking the change of names.
So the agreement with TMU, is that time limited? Is that a sponsorship, or is that just some kind of arrangement between the city and the university? And maybe the bigger question is how are you going to deal with anyone else that comes along and says, I'd like to rename something?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Holyday, this is an exceptional agreement being entered into by TMU and the TTC. We already have subway stations, as in the example of York, that have been named in association with post-secondary institutions, so there is precedent. And this motion calls upon City Council to recommend to the TTC board that it undertake that name change.
So those are...
Councillor Holyday, that was your last question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, questions?
Thank you, and through you, Madam Speaker, Mr. Tobin. How much consultation have we had on the renaming of Dundas?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Moyes. 2.5 years ago, Council directed City staff to look at the renaming of Dundas Street. It immediately struck a community advisory committee. Some members are here. That was some 20 members, currently 18 continue. Over that 2.5 years, they've met 19 times. Many of those members themselves represent broader constituencies like the head of BIAs, and they have conducted a thorough examination and conversation with their communities about the name change.
Thank you. And is the name change in line with the city's policies around addressing anti-Black racism?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Moyes, absolutely. The City of Toronto, in adopting the first for a major municipality and a confronting anti-Black racism plan in 2017, calls upon City Council to look at instances of historical and systemic racism and to help redress those. It is very much in keeping with CABR's action plan.
Okay. So based on what you know about Henry Dundas, what role has he played in the transatlantic slave trade, not only in Canada, but the Caribbean, for example, Haiti and Jamaica?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Moyes. The city benefits from a number of staff who are historical experts who have looked into the totality of the scholarship on the question of Henry Dundas's role. Some 400 articles have been reviewed, more than 20 experts. Dundas delayed the abolition of slavery in the British Empire to include the areas of the Caribbean that you are describing.
Okay. What message would we be sending to the Black community if we ignored the historic harm by Henry Dundas? Historic harms by Henry Dundas.
With apologies, could you repeat the question? I couldn't hear that.
What message would we be sending to the Black community if we ignored the historic harms by Henry Dundas?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Moyes. It has been interesting to watch the deliberations of the committee over the 2.5 years as it composes leadership from both the Indigenous and Black community. Through their deliberations, the Indigenous community stepped forward and said, this is an issue in the Dundas name that relates more to the legacy of the transatlantic slave trade, and deferred to the Black community to address this. And there's been significant support from the broader Black community to see this issue addressed.
And have we renamed streets and landmarks in the city or elsewhere in this country? Based on historic harm, perhaps not only by the Black community, but other communities as well.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Moyes. Yes, in fact, this council has approved the renaming of streets where it was found to be renamed for problematic individuals. There was a Russell Street that was renamed for Ursula Franklin in a recent example. I believe that was 2019.
Thank you. And just one final question. Can you put a dollar value on, well, let me rephrase the question. Doing the right thing, do you think there's a dollar value attached to it, or should there be?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Moyes. Difficult question for me to answer. City staff try to bring forward their best recommendations so that council and the city live up to the highest values of our institution. In this case, there's direct relationship to our commitment to confronting anti-Black racism.
Thank you for your responses.
Councillor Sachs, questions?
Yes, thank you. According to this financial summary that we got this afternoon, the cost of renaming the Dundas West Station is about $600,000. If I understand this note correctly, that you're proposing the money to come from next year's budget, which this council hasn't yet considered. Is that right?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the remaining $700,000 net impact, the recommendation, or what's identified in the financial impact section, is that the costs and funding associated with that would be considered as part of the 2024 budget process.
So in other words, it's not approved yet. We might approve it, but we'll be having to weigh that against many, many other urgent priorities.
Through you, Madam Speaker, it's absolutely correct. It would come forward for consideration through the budget.
Right. And as it stands right now, we have an enormous unfunded gap in our budget, correct?
We have identified through the long-term financial plan pressures both on the operating and capital side.
Right. And speaking particularly of capital, the TTC has hundreds of millions of dollars of unfunded state of good repair items, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that includes about $26 million of unfunded state of good repair at the Dundas West Station?
I don't have the exact dollar in front of me for Dundas West Station.
But it's a lot.
I'll take your word for it.
All right. And in addition, the TTC, in order to fill its obligations under Transform TO, needs to spend many hundreds of millions of dollars or billions of dollars on new equipment.
We are working with TTC staff who have identified costs associated with complying with Transform TO.
And so anything we want to spend money on requires us to engage into very difficult trade-offs with other urgent public priorities that this council has endorsed, correct?
You, Madam Speaker, the budget process routinely looks at considerations around priority investments, both across operating and capital.
Right, and in particular, the 2024 budget is going to be decided within the next 2 months.
Yes, that's correct.
And until then, we're not going to know whether there's an extra $700,000 for this, correct?
So through you, Madam Speaker, when we launch the budget on January 10th, we'll identify all the funding and initiatives that are included as part of the staff proposed budget.
Right, but we won't know what the decision of this council is until the council has decided.
So council's consideration of the 2024 budget will fall on February 14th.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sachs. Next up, Councillor Robinson.
Okay, can I just do an audio check? Am I too loud?
A tiny little bit, but.
Okay, I'll just try to speak quietly.
Thank you,
Councillor. I do not know why this is happening, but.
We don't either.
Yeah, it's weird. Okay, so I have a few questions, specific to the city's website and the Community Advisory Committee. It was to develop a short list of new names for Dundas Street and other civic assets, which would be shared with the public for input, and then final recommendations to council. So in reading the city's website, a couple steps have been missed. So can you address those steps?
Through the Deputy Speaker to you, Councillor Robinson. Yes, originally that was the direction that was developed by staff, was that there was to be a short list of 4 names. That list was developed. As the 24 budget process came into focus, there was a desire to bring this forward and to ask the Community Advisory Committee itself to select from among the 4 names, which they did at a meeting of December 12. And that's Sankofa, the name that has been brought forward for Young Dundas Square. As you'll see from the motion, the other names are not drawn from the names generated. The names of the other 3 assets, rather, are not drawn from the short list of the 4 names created by the Community Advisory Committee.
Okay, but what I don't understand is there's a big, we're built on public consultation, Toronto. So I don't understand why we are, first of all, tell me why this is a member motion instead of a staff report. And second of all, tell me where the public consultation piece fell through the cracks.
Through the Deputy Speaker to you, Councillor Robinson, a member motion was determined by its urgency, and as you can see from the various assets, there was a lot of work by Mayor and members of Council to try to develop the offsets to alleviate the financial burden that this project might have otherwise had on the city's budget. With respect to public consultation, the Community Advisory Committee, again, originally struck with some 20 members who were chosen to be representative of broader constituencies. I previously used the example of heads of BIAs who would consult out with their membership during the course of the CAC's proceedings, of which they met 19 times over the 2.5 years since they were struck. So there was a fair amount of dialogue in community about this issue.
Okay, but just to be clear, it didn't go out to the public outside of the committee, correct?
Through the Deputy Speaker to you, Councillor Robinson, you're correct.
Okay, and then back to TMU. So has that decision been made? Like, it sounds like it's a done deal with TMU and the negotiations renaming Dundas Square. Has that decision been made?
Through the Deputy Speaker to you, Councillor Robinson, that agreement is in place at a principal level between all the parties, TTC, TMU, and the city, and it appears as though it will go forward.
So what is the amount? Did you just 1.8? 1.8?
Through Deputy Speaker to you, Councillor Robinson, the amount that would be borne by TMU for the renaming just of Dundas Station is $1.6 million.
1.6. Thank you for clarifying that. And that's for an eternity? Forever? Is that forever?
I'll ask the CFO to respond.
Through you, Madam Speaker, the costs identified are one-time in nature. Those costs would offset, that funding would offset those one-time costs.
Oh, so this is just covering costs. This isn't paying for a naming. This is not a naming? sponsorship, partnership? This is just for costs?
Through the Deputy Speaker to you, Councillor Robinson, you're correct. This is to pay for the costs that might otherwise have been borne by the city to change the name from Dundas Station to a name not bearing the name Dundas.
So they're not paying any naming rights? There's no naming, no naming rights for the next 70 years, 80 years?
Through the Deputy Speaker to you, Councillor, this is not a naming rights deal. This is a partnership between the university that had similarly undertaken a significant name change in recognition of problematic historical associations and in support of the city's efforts to recognize its work on the Dundas renaming project.
And just to be clear, every single station, every single brochure, every single thing, infrastructure piece related to the TTC will have to be altered.
Through the Deputy Speaker to you, Councillor, yes, that's correct. The new name would carry through in wayfinding, public communication, signage, and that has all been calculated by the TTC, who have partnered with us in developing the costing here.
Okay, thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Councillor. That was your last question. Thank you so much. Now, Speaker Nunziata, you are up next.
Thank you. Okay, just, sorry, clarification. So what is the cost for this project?
Through you, Madam Speaker, what's in front of us today are cost estimates of roughly $2.7 million,
Okay.
of which there's offsets that have been identified for all but 700,000.
700,000?
700,000 is the net cost that will be considered as part of the 2024 budget.
Okay, so, okay. Now, I see on one of the recommendations, it's talking about renaming a library, and I'm just, I guess, that's just budding my ward. I didn't know. I was not told.
Through the Deputy Speaker to you, Councillor Nunziata, yes, the Toronto Public Library has undertaken a process with its board to recognize in naming the contributions of significant members of Toronto's Black community. So they will work with the city, with the Community Advisory Committee towards a name that would ultimately need to be approved by the TPL board. That would not necessarily be one directed by the CAC, but more likely one in keeping with public consultation and board deliberations at the TPL, but in keeping with the spirit of this effort in honoring the contributions of the Black community in Toronto.
So the library board has requested this, and it's coming back in 2024?
Through the Deputy Speaker to you, Councillor, the library board is in support, I understand from library management, of partnering with the city in this effort in the way that the motion describes the change and the timing that you just noted.
Okay, I just don't know why, as the local councillor, I wasn't informed.
Through the Deputy Speaker to you, Councillor, I don't have, unfortunately, a good answer for you with respect to the outreach by the TPL. They've been very supportive of this effort and have moved quickly to assist on the communications on this issue.
Okay, that's it for my questions.
Councillor Canderval.
Through you, Madam Chair, a few questions. When York University Station was named, did they pay any sponsorship or any fee?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor Canderval. Whoa, sorry. I'm checking actually with my colleague in transportation to see if we have any knowledge. Unfortunately, I'm not privy to that agreement, but our understanding is no, there were not naming rights paid by York University. I'll defer to my colleague, the CFO.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I would need to confirm with our colleagues at the TTC, but my understanding was there was contributions from York University towards the subway program that was initiated at the time.
I think it'd be important for us to be consistent that we have that number. How much did they contribute?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'll endeavor to connect with our TTC colleagues to determine if we can confirm that amount.
I think that's a time-sensitive question that we need the answer to that. Second question, the cost indicated for TMU is 1.6 that they will cover. Will that include all the costs necessary to change signage in every train, station, wherever we have that signage, including paper, paraphernalia?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes. So the information that's been provided to us reflects the costs associated with the station itself, as well as costs associated with customer communications, station signage, service planning, vehicle changes, and transit control.
Thank you. On the broader question of renaming, I've got a Winston Churchill in my ward. Is the logical conclusion that we're going to review a system-wide approach to names of people that have caused harm?
Through the Deputy Speaker to you, Councillor Canval, I can respond to that. As part of this broader process, there was a recognition review undertaken by city staff led by EDC in collaboration with planning and other parts of the administration. That has led to council adopting a commemorative framework that provides the principles by which Toronto will pursue future naming and allows for a process for residents to bring forward concerns about any city asset, be that a road or a property, that they can ask that the city review with historians looking into the nature of the individual for whom the asset is owned. To date, since the adoption of that policy a couple of years ago, we have only received 25 such requests, and they are that work on them is ongoing.
Okay, thank you. Something to keep in mind is that we have a consistent approach to big decisions. I want to understand the reconciliation between the 1.6 for Dundas and then the 600,000 for Dundas Street West. Why the discrepancy?
Through the Deputy Speaker to you, Councillor Canval, the figures that the TTC have provided us include $2.228 million in total for both stations to be renamed through all of the activities that the CFO just referred to in terms of the actual signage, the wayfinding, print material, communications, and
I
control
understand
system.
that, but why is Dundas Street West less costly than Dundas Station?
The CFO will be able to assist.
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Why is Dundas Street West Station, why would that cost us less than the cost the TMU is covering?
Sure, thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, what was identified as part of the 1.6 was not just the physical station itself, it was also those costs that are borne across the entire system for the general renaming, which enables us to encompass both the Dundas station as well as the Dundas West station itself.
And sorry, I'm just struggling to find it. What's the cost for the TPL change?
It was estimated at roughly $60,000.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Councillor Cheng. Go ahead.
Sure. So how much have we spent again on this whole?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I withdrew and then I added myself. Do you want to go first or? Okay.
You were there and then you were bounced
Yes,
around.
yes,
Okay, sorry, you jumped ahead of Councillor Myers. That's
okay.
fine.
So I just wanted to know how much money have we spent thus far on the renaming process?
To date, since the direction from Council in July of 21, we have spent just under $250,000 in costs that are made up of consultation, consultants' work, honoraria paid to the 20-member Community Advisory Committee, et cetera.
And if we were to continue to complete the previously proposed system-wide change, what was the estimated cost?
Through the chair, through the speaker to you, Councillor, As submitted in the response to the administrative inquiry in this session of council, the current range for estimates of renaming the full street is at a low end, $11.3 million, and at a high end, $12.7 million.
So this, let's call it a pared down version, would cost $700,000, is that correct? In terms of additional costs that currently is not already funded and sources have not yet been established?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, yes, the net cost to the City of Toronto would be $700,000, and as you mentioned, there would be offsets that would be paying for other components of the cost for the change of the 4 assets.
And then the plan would then be to pause the naming, the system-wide naming, until such a time as council felt that it was a priority.
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, in fact, the 5th recommendation in the motion asks that city staff pause on the renaming of Dundas Street, but not on the renaming I just referred to in the response to Councillor Kendeval, which is our work under the commemoration framework, whereby residents can bring forward concerns with respect to problematic names of other assets.
So if a group of residents brought it back, we could then reactivate this whole thing, and we might still have to do a system-wide renaming.
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, if adopted, I would read this motion, the 5th element, as requiring staff to stand down on the renaming the full street effort.
Even if a group of residents was to come back to us through the commemoration process to request a whole other examination?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, I think this direction from Council, unless replaced by other direction from Council, would have us standing down entirely on efforts to rename Dundas Street.
And just in this new pared down version that we're exploring, has the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee been consulted about this decision?
Yes, through the Speaker to you, Councillor. This decision was ratified effectively at the Community Advisory Committee meeting of 2 days ago to include that group choosing from among the 4 names on their short list, Sankofa Square. CABR, the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Unit, was consulted immediately following. And in fact, are supportive, I think I can say for my colleague Denise Andrew Campbell, of that name change and that particular name.
So a name has already been selected, is that what I'm hearing?
Through the Speaker to you, Council, yes, a name for Young Dundas Square has been selected by the Community Advisory Committee from a short list of 4 names that they had developed, all of them honoring different elements of African heritage.
And is the Young Dundas Square Board also supportive of this change?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, the Young Dundas Square Board has had representation on the Community Advisory Committee. Their CEO, Julian Sleeth, is here in chambers today. They have been a very constructive partner in the conversation. Certainly, as I noted in response to an earlier question, that board has sought various sponsorship opportunities and a means of ensuring that that asset is well funded. There would be a relationship now between this new name and their ability to seek, for example, title naming rights.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Myers, questions?
Thank you. Through you, Speaker. Could we just have a breakdown of what the $2.2 million in gross expenditures with Dundas Subway and Dundas West Subway renaming involves?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor Myers, I'll turn to my colleague, the CFO, for the breakdown, see if he has it on hand, or I can pull it up here. Here, I can provide you that. The breakdown of the $2.28 million from the TTC Customer communications is $211,000. Station signage is $125,000. Service planning, described as back-of-house systems, is $86,000. Vehicle changes, bus and streetcar systems and subway train systems, is the largest component at $1.45 million. And then finally, transit control systems rounded out with an additional $63,000.
Thank you. So, just in reading this, are the additional costs, the additional $6.6 million, is that going to be borne by the city or the TTC?
Through you, Madam Speaker, so the city will work with the TTC as part of the 2024 budget process to identify available funding to move forward on the remaining costs.
So the $0.6 million, that could be coming out of the TTC's budget?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it likely would be within the TTC budget, working with the city to identify the funding.
And who at the TTC have we consulted with on this?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor Myers. The CFO for the TTC, Josie Levita, has been instrumental in assisting us in providing information around the costing. And other staff include Ian Dixon, Manager of Design and Wayfinding, who has helped figure out how the name change would play through all systems of wayfinding public signage for the TTC.
And just to piggyback off of a question of Councillor Robinson, I know this is we're not talking about naming rights, so does that mean that the station at Dundas won't necessarily be named TMU Station?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor Myers. The direction in this motion has City Council asking the TTC board to change the name of Dundas Station such as to remove the name Dundas and work with TMU in an arrangement that would have the station named after that institution.
So we're naming it after TMU?
That is the intent, yes.
So then how is this not a naming rights deal? Just so I understand the difference between naming rights and what we're doing here.
Yeah. Through the Speaker to you, Councillor, the TTC has a no sponsorship policy in terms of seeking sponsorship of city-owned assets such as those stations. I know this council has brought forward motions to revisit that policy position, so this is not a naming rights deal. It is more of a partnership and a collaboration between these institutions, again, with an alignment of TMU having undertaken its own name change, and now with the city trying to undertake this effort, and has a close relationship to the change at YDS, which is immediately adjacent to the station.
So in voting for this, are we agreeing that the name of the station will be TMU Station?
Through the Speaker to you, Councillor Myers, that is my understanding of the agreement that has been reached again at a principal level between the city, the TTC, and TMU, and the details of which are going to be finalized in the future.
And in that renaming of TMU Station, we followed all of the city's naming policies, or that was consistent with the process that we had set up to rename this, to rename assets after Dundas?
Yes, through the Speaker to you, Councillor. Yes, thus far, the agreement in principle that's been reached is consistent with city policy.
Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Just one moment. Okay, Mayor Chow.
Yeah, because of congestion, pizza is arriving a bit late, so I'm wondering whether we could extend this to 6:30 and or 6:20, and then we'll come back just before 7, if that's okay. There's two more questioner anyway.
Is that okay with council? Okay. The staff is okay with that? Okay, all right. Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, questions?
Thank you. I'd just like to know a little bit more about the naming, the basket of names and how that was developed and how do we know what's on there, all that kind of thing, because these are city assets and I haven't been given that as far as I know.
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Fletcher. No, you're correct. These names were not shared with council prior to this point. Staff had been, prior to the introduction of the motion, working towards a staff report on a timeline identified to council to come back early in the new year with that information. The Community Advisory Committee, as these various offsets came together, were asked to look at the shortlist they had produced, which are 4 names, which I'll come to in a moment, and choose among one of them to be able to change Yonge Dundas Square, given the governance relationship with that city asset whereby City Council can direct the board of YDS to undertake such an action. So with that, the CAC was asked at their meeting of December 12 to pick among the 4 names. The 4 names are Tyndall, Blackburn, Chloe Cooley, which honor 3 prominent different black families who contributed to the history of this city. And the 4th name, which was ultimately selected, is Sankofa, which is more of a concept, meaning looking back to move forward, roughly stated, which emanates from Ghana. And in consultation with this committee and elders in the black community in Toronto, this name came forward and was considered appropriate for this undertaking.
So there's a long list somewhere. I mean, what would the regular process be for city assets naming? Is this your new process? Is this a new city process? I asked,
Through the speaker,
does Dev handle all these things or city property?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Fletcher, I wouldn't say that this is indicative of a new process that will be followed should other requests come forward from residents for the city to look at the names of assets. This was a fairly unique situation. Many factors were at play, trying to ensure that there was judicious management of the city's budget in 2024, while we upheld our commitment to confronting anti-black racism and honored the work of the Community Advisory Committee that had worked for 2.5 years.
Yeah. Do we authorize the Community Advisory Committee to be the final stop on the naming? That their names would be the ones that were established for the city? Is that part of the reference group, terms of reference?
Yep. Through the speaker to you, Councillor Fletcher, per the terms of reference for the CAC as set up under council direction from July 21, yes, they were given the task of selecting a new name for the street and city assets was their charge.
So there was a committee set up, the task of selecting a new name for?
And originally they were asked to select a new name for the street and major city assets. In this instance, it was just Yonge Dundas Square that the committee was asked at their meeting of December 12 to select a new name for, drawn from their short list of four possible names.
And so what are the possible names for the library and the other 2? What are those? I mean, this is not a regular process that we're in, is it? Would you agree with me?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Fletcher, no, this is not perhaps a regular process. It's a bit more exceptional. There are a number of factors that are at play.
So what are the other names?
With respect to the library, they've undertaken their own process to recognize prominent members of Toronto's black community who've contributed to literature and the arts. And the board has said they would like to work to select one of those names to rename the Jane Dundas branch at a future point in 24.
So can we get the long list? And can I ask you, was Dudley Law's name on any of these long lists? Did we ever have the chance to put forward names here of exceptional people that might not be, you know, what I'll say is kind of middle of the road in any way?
Through the speaker to you, Councillor Fletcher, yeah, we're happy to share that long list.
I'm asking that question. Was that name on any list?
I do not believe that Dudley Law's name was brought forward. A number of names where there were, Jean Augustine's name, for example, was brought forward, but as someone who is living, that would not be something contemplated under the commemorative framework as adopted by council. So
Okay,
there
that
were
was your,
So can we get that long list,
Sure.
please, Speaker?
okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, that's it for the questions. To speak. Councillor Moyes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I sat and thought of what to call this, this member's motion, and I named it Confronting the Legacy of the Transatlantic Slave Trade. And, you know, this is really important. During the transatlantic slave trade, 12.5 million people were stolen from Africa and went across the world, including North America. 1.8 of those people died along the way. Just think about that for a moment. I want to start off by thanking the 20-person Recognition Review Community Advisory Committee, and the two co-chairs are here today. And they've been sitting here patiently listening to the questions asked to staff. And I have to say I was a bit uncomfortable listening to some of these questions. I'd like to acknowledge Old Tree Haunt Wagendot, Elder and Faith Keeper Catherine Tamaro. You want to stand just for acknowledgement? And her co-chair, Dr. Melanie Newton. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This is not easy work. They spent 18 months having meetings, 19 meetings within those 18 months. And earlier this week, on the 12th of December, the motion was passed unanimously to name Young Dundas Square Sankofa, which means, it originates from Ghana, refers to the act of reflecting and reclaiming teachings from the past, which enables us to move forward together. And this really does allow us to move together. I know many young Black boys and girls, grandparents are watching us here today, and really reflecting and feeling that the city sees them, perhaps for the first time. And I know that a lot of conversation was talked about money throughout the questioning, but this goes beyond money for me and for the Black community. I've been privileged to actually go through some of these emails and read the comments being made, and it was heartwarming. So it has kept me whole, and I know that I'm doing the right thing by pushing this forward. And as I've mentioned, there's several parts to my motion, but as I've mentioned, at least two of the assets, being Young Dundas Square, which we hopefully will rename Sankofa Square, is covered through Section 37 by the people of Toronto Centre. And also has discussed already, Young Dundas Station we've been talking with partnership with TMU. I have had many conversations with the president of TMU, and I think it's appropriate to rename Dundas Station TMU Station. 40,000 students go through that station every day. And so it is quite relevant. And again, young people, young leaders of the city are there and learning and growing. And so it's nice to actually put young people in the center of the conversation because they are the future, as some would say. And yes, the library and the Dundas West Station, as mentioned, the Recognition Review Committee will go back and work with the library board to discuss, with the Dundas West University Dundas West. They will consult with the Recognition Review Committee, Advisory Committee. And the library board has their own processes as well. So I'm very thankful to the Indigenous community who've actually said to the Black community, because you were harmed by Dundas, I'm going to say, that they actually stepped aside and gave way to the Black community and said to them, you know, the naming of these public assets, you know, you can actually go forth and put the people and that's worked so hard and have sacrificed so much, you can name it after them. So I'm thankful for that. And so again, I just want to say thank you to everyone.
5 seconds.
Everyone who's worked so hard on this. And I do hope that my council colleagues will support this motion. Because again, everyone's watching.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. May I have my motion presented, please? So, Speaker, my motion changes number 5 slightly. I find the wording a little bit vague, and I think that the wording that I've presented is a little bit more definitive regarding the issue around Dundas Street. Speaker, I think most members of council could agree. Over the last few years, this particular topic has been by far the most controversial. I mean, I have heard, at least on a weekly basis, if not more often, from somebody who has a very strong opinion on this. And many people who have very strong opinions on Henry Dundas himself. One of the most interesting sets of information that I've seen is really credible arguments about the legacy of Henry Dundas with respect to him being an abolitionist. And a lot of evidence actually brought forward. And my critical mind challenges what I'd heard up to date. I think a lot of people were just upset in general with the change. And it got to a level that people had contempt for the government. They still do. And I really worry about that, about people's confidence in government. And this was a flashpoint issue. So here we have a very, very unique set of procedures that were followed to bring a report onto the council floor and bring it for council consideration. A little bit of financial information, a chance to ask just a couple of questions here. But really, this speaks volumes about council's process around this. If you look, there is some very credible evidence out there that council got it wrong with respect to the opinion, its opinion on Henry Dundas. And so for us to bring through a decision at this pace, without even, when I checked, a single piece of correspondence or a single bit of consultation with the community, will go down in history. People are watching. And they will watch, and they will see exactly how we did this in the evening after a busy council day on a walk-on motion. I worry about that. I worry about how it sets a precedent or sets the bar for other council decisions of great importance as well. And it's just simply disappointing to see that. I understand there's a desire to, and there was a decision taken to rename assets after Henry Dundas. And of course, you know, the city was quick to release its press release as well about the street. So if this is the case with this motion, that these assets are going to be renamed, and that there's a true approach to not continuing the work on Dundas Street, I hope you will support the amendment that I provided, which brings a lot of certainty to it. But I really, really think that we should pay attention to process around this and how we consult with people. Because making a decision doesn't necessarily guarantee that people are going to be confident in it. And if people aren't confident in government, then I don't know what we have left. I'll say one other thing which frustrates me. A move was made here very quickly to change names on certain assets, and we had previously voted before as a council to explore naming rights. That included Dundas Square, that included TTC stations. The vote was here on council, and the vote was over in TTC as well. I can't even tell you from this report if we have lost out on potential revenue sources because this wasn't a sponsorship deal. This was something else. And I find that disappointing, and I find that below the standard that we owe taxpayers in this city, the people that elected us into this office.
5 seconds. Thank you. Okay, members, we're going to recess. Back at 6:45. Okay, recess. You can take your break.